Chapter 340. The news that Yuan Gu was going to challenge the overlord body of the human tribe spread throughout the fairy lake in an instant. Then, it quickly spread out. Suddenly, countless sacred grounds and ancient tribes in the Big Dipper changed their travel plans and headed to the fairy lake in advance. They wanted to witness the battle with their own eyes. Before the convention of 1,000 tribes, there was a clash between the human tribe's sovereign bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. This had extraordinary significance. In the fairy lake, originally, I only hoped that Zhou Tong could intimidate the ancient tribes. I didn't expect him to go so far and start the Emperor Road qualification battle to battle with the ancient royal bloodline. The Queen Mother of the West could not help but smile bitterly when she heard the news. Master, if Zhou Tong is defeated, I'm afraid all the efforts of the seniors will be in vain. The Jade Lake Saint daughter was also worried. Even though she knew that Zhou Tong had already reached the 8th limit and had the overlord body of the heavens, his opponent was still someone with the ancient royal bloodline. His talent was heaven-defying. It was hard to predict the outcome of such a battle. Now that things have come to this, we can only believe that he will succeed. The Queen Mother of the West pondered for a while and said, I will leave the convention of 1,000 tribes to you for the time being. I will control the West Emperor Tower with all my might. If Zhou Tong wins, it will be of great help to the seniors' plan and the human tribe. We must not let the ancient tribes take advantage of this. Yes, Master. The fairy lake saintess nodded. On the Saint Cliff, beside the investiture of the gods left by great Emperor Wu Shi, there's a new variable in the plan. Gai Juyo's eyes were vast and deep as he looked at the scene outside the fairy lake. Young people just can't stay idle. They like to stir up trouble everywhere. The old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior manor was speechless. Zhou Tong simply did things one after another. He did not discuss with them at all. It was a good plan, but now there was a new variable. It really made people tremble in fear. The ancient race's divine-level ancestor king may have to come to the fairy lake early. This battle is very important. Wei Yi, you can leave early too, Gai Juyo said to an old man beside him. Tianxian Wei Yi nodded and immediately left the St. Cliff. Senior, aren't you afraid that the kid will lose to Yuan Gu? The old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior manor asked. Gai Juyo shook his head with a smile and said, the probability of Zhou Tong winning is still very high. According to my estimation, there is at least a 90% chance of success. Gai Juyo's 90% chance of winning referred to Zhou Tong when he sealed his cultivation. If he didn't seal his cultivation, Zhou Tong would have a 100% chance of winning. 90%? That high? Yuan Gu has the bloodline of the ancient emperor. The old mansion master exclaimed. Even the ancient prince might not be a match for him, let alone the 8th-generation grandson of the ancient emperor, Gai Juyo said. At the same time, outside the Jade Pool, the territory entrances opened one after another. Many races and holy lands from all over the world received the news. They all opened their territory entrances and came to this place. It was unknown how many experts had come here. The impact of this battle was huge, especially before the start of the convention of the myriad races. It was of great significance. The convention of the myriad races was held because of the conflict between the ancient race and the human race. This battle was almost related to the fate of the ancient race and the human race. The human race had already faintly regarded Zhou Tong as a representative of the human race's fate. On the ancient race's side, Yuan Gu was also faintly regarded as their representative. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it would set off a huge storm that would sweep across the entire ancient planet. What's the overlord body of the human race? How can he be compared to the bloodline of the ancient emperor? He'll definitely die this time. It wasn't easy for a king to appear in the human race, but he's going to die. I'll see how the human race has the face to hold the convention of the myriad races. The person who could say such words was naturally an ancient race cultivator. Some itinerant cultivators and cultivators from small sects immediately refuted, Yuan Gu can't do it. He'll definitely lose this time. The overlord body of the heavens killed a king before he cut his path, let alone now that he's a king. Unless the young great emperor comes back to life, no one is a match for the overlord. How can the great emperor of the human race compare to the ancient emperor? I believe that Yuan Gu can even defeat the emperor of the human race, let alone a mere overlord body. At the entrance of the Jade Pool, countless ancient race and human race cultivators were arguing. This battle was already a battle of fate between the human race and the ancient race. Even if they had nothing to do with the ancient emperor's bloodline, the ancient race still spoke up for Yuan Gu. On the human race's side, other than the sacred grounds that Zhou Tong had cheated, the rest also started to argue with the ancient race. Son of God, although you're not going to fight in this battle, it's still not a trivial matter. Do you want to? Beside Prince Tian, an old servant sent a sinister voice transmission and made a throat-slitting gesture at the same time. Prince Tian was about to answer, but his expression suddenly changed, and he said, "No, I can vaguely feel a trace of the West Emperor Tower's aura. Once we take action, the Jade Pool will definitely not stand by and watch. Moreover, we're most likely the Jade Pool's first surveillance target." This time, Prince Tian chose to believe in the aura he felt and rejected the old servant's request. "I understand." The old servant suddenly felt a chill in his heart and did not say anything else. Outside the Jade Pool, Zhou Tong and Yuan Gu stood opposite each other. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. However, just as the battle was about to start, a voice was heard. "Where is the overlord body of the human race? Do you really think you can blaspheme the gods just because you have the support of the Jade Pool? How dare you insult the Son of God? You must atone for your sins with your death." Finally, the three saint-level ancestor kings of the ancient race arrived. It was unknown which race they were from, but the one leading them was an absolute beauty. She had a wonderful figure and a peerless elegance. Behind her were two other saint-level ancestor kings clad in silver battle armor. The woman leading them did not care about the Emperor Road qualification battle. She immediately came to denounce Zhou Tong and wanted to kill him. She was domineering and overbearing. She directly rushed into the battlefield, looked at Zhou Tong and sneered, "I don't care who's behind you, and I don't care what you're doing now. How dare you insult the Son of God? You must pay the price in blood." After saying that, she directly stretched out a slender hand and brushed it toward Zhou Tong. At this moment, everyone was shocked as the sage's aura swept out in all directions. Among all the spectators, more than half of them trembled and then knelt down. Once the sage's aura burst out, it was not something that anyone below the sacred level could withstand. Plop, 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 everyone knelt down. There were people from all races on the ground. All of them were trembling under the sage's aura. Zhou Tong did not even bother to look at them. However, the diamond carving was ready to attack at any time. Boom! At this moment, a huge fist came from the void. The fist was ferocious and domineering. It spanned dozens of miles and was filled with chaotic aura. The power of this fist was enough to frighten immortals and make ghosts weep. Sage Wei Yi of the heavenly jade holy ground had appeared. It was just a single blow, but it was so domineering that the ancient race female sage could not withstand it at all. Her entire body exploded on the spot. Chapter 341. This was a saint of the human race. A true saint of the human race. The human race cultivators present were all excited at this moment. The human race's saint had finally appeared. How could it be him? Suddenly, someone recognized the saint. That's that old man from the heavenly jade Holy Land's stone workshop? Someone was horrified. Who would have thought that the old man was actually a saint? 6,000 years ago, the heavenly jade Holy Land launched an attack on the forbidden land of the remote antiquity and was completely annihilated. The Saintess was turned into a desolate slave of the Forbidden Land, and only a few people managed to escape. Naturally, the industries left behind by the heavenly jade Holy Land were swallowed up by other Holy Land. However, the heavenly jade Holy Land still maintained a stone workshop in the Holy City, and the person who had been guarding this stone workshop was this old man. Originally, everyone thought that the old man was a descendant of the old servant of the heavenly jade Holy Land. Who would have thought that he was actually a saint? It's Wei Yi of the heavenly jade Holy Land. Suddenly, an old human race cultivator in the crowd sighed. He guessed the identity of the gatekeeper of the heavenly jade stone workshop according to the ancient book. He was one of the 3 heroes of the heavenly jade Holy Land and the youngest junior brother of the crazy Ol. The 2 of you also want to fight? Wei Yi of the heavenly jade stone workshop turned around and looked at the 2 saint kings in silver armor. He took a step forward, and immediately, a shock wave spread out like a ripple. Boom! He did not launch a fierce attack, but this simple step caused people's hearts to palpitate. The 2 saint kings in silver armor flew out like scarecrows and fell into the dust. You! The 2 saint kings in silver armor turned pale with fright. They were inexplicably horrified. The other ancient race experts also felt cold. They had always thought that the human race did not have a saint, but in the end there was such a fierce one. First, he killed the saintess of the ancient race, who stood up for Prince Tian with a punch. Then, he forced the other 2 saints to retreat with a step. Although he looked old and decrepit, it was truly intimidating. What kind of realm was this? Thank you, Senior. Zhou Tong turned around and looked at Wei Yi with a slight smile. Wei Yi's expression was amiable as he smiled and said, "Since you are representing the human clan in this battle, this old man has to ensure fairness no matter what." As he spoke, Wei Yi's gaze swept across the surrounding ancient clan members. Immediately, the ancient race beings lowered their heads, not daring to look at Wei Yi. That's right. Since it's a fair battle, there's no need for others to interfere. A melodious female voice rang out. A young girl slowly walked over. She looked elegant and beautiful. Her skin was like jade, pure white and tender. Her purple hair fluttered in the wind, covering half of her face. Princess Divine Silkworm. She's still alive. Many ancient race cultivators looked at the girl in front of them in shock. Even the people of the Divine Silkworm race were shocked. They didn't expect the Divine Silkworm Princess to still be alive in this world. Greetings, Princess Divine Silkworm. Greetings, Dojan Consort. Almost all of the creatures from the great clans knelt down, all of them extremely respectful, all of them loudly cheering. Just call me Princess. The Divine Silkworm Princess's voice was very gentle and pleasant to the ear. Thank you for your help. You allowed me to break and rebuild. With me here today, no one can disturb you. The Divine Silkworm Princess looked at Zhou Tong and said solemnly, Princess, there's no need for this. I've already received the reward I deserve. Moreover, Princess can rest assured that I'll definitely do what I promised. Zhou Tong replied. The thing he promised was naturally the thing he promised the Sacred Prince, not to leak the Divine Sovereign Sutra, when he made the deal with the Sacred Prince. The Divine Silkworm Princess nodded. Then, she turned around and swept her gaze across everyone. Her expression was still very calm, but there was an additional terrifying might as she stared at the many royal clans. Great Sage! In an instant everyone felt that extremely terrifying aura. Not only did the Divine Silkworm Princess come back to life, but she also broke through to the Great Sage realm. What was even more terrifying was that the reason the Divine Silkworm Princess could come back to life and even break through to the Great Sage realm was because of this human. With this thought in mind, many of the ancient race immediately suppressed their thoughts. This human overlord had actually done such a great favor for the Divine Silkworm Princess. They couldn't afford to offend him in the future. For a moment, countless small clans had some other thoughts in their hearts. Perhaps they could use the human race to climb up the divine silkworm ridge? The myriad clans weren't united to begin with. Since ancient times, countless clans had perished in expeditions. For most of the small clans, the most important thing was to protect themselves. They had no intention of going against the powerful human race. On the holy cliff, Gai Juyo and the other sages couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the divine silkworm princess appear. I didn't expect the great sage of the divine silkworm ridge to stand on his side. He's really unexpected. When did he become friends with the divine silkworm ridge? Beside Gai Juyo, an old woman was also in disbelief. We might have underestimated him. Even if we didn't make a move, this little guy would definitely be able to handle it. The old mansion master of the extraordinary scholar manor was also rather speechless. Zhou Tong had countless backup plans. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be unfathomable from a junior. However, with the great sage of the divine silkworm ridge supporting him, we can also save a lot of effort. Gai Juyo said. The other sages also nodded. In the open space outside the jade pool, the divine silkworm princess walked in the direction of the divine silkworm ridge and looked at Zhou Tong and Yuan Gu, who were in the field, and said indifferently, "Fight for the Emperor's road. The two of you can fight with all your might. No one can disturb you." Her words were also to tell Yuan Gu not to feel pressured. "Thank you, Princess." Yuan Gu bowed to the divine silkworm princess, and then looked at Zhou Tong. "Overlord body of the human race, come up and die." Yuan Gu roared like a godfiend. He was tall and his black hair hung loosely down to his waist. His eyes were filled with a wild brilliance, shooting out a materialized light that was dozens of feet long. He had a kind of spirit of supremacy. "What are you shouting for? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Zhou Tong was also incomparably domineering. He was bathed in divine splendor, calm and composed. At the same time, there was a kind of aura that made people shudder. He was tall and sturdy, like a demonic mountain pressing down on the scene. He was very domineering and looked disdainfully in all directions. "Fight!" Yuan Gu roared, turned into a black light and rushed over. He went for the kill without any nonsense. Boom! Yuan Gu blasted out a punch, and it was peerlessly domineering. Terrifying divine light was like a bright moon rising from the sea, and millions of blue waves spread out. A divine moon slashed down, covering the front, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Zhou Tong raised his hand and clashed with his palm. Thunder rumbled. His palm contained heaven and earth, and purple lightning interweaved, turning the place into a sea of lightning. Crack! Divine light rushed into the sky, and millions of divine splendor erupted like the sun. The thunder was deafening, and millions of lightning snakes erupted like a lightning tribulation. Chapter 342. Is this the collision between the bloodline of an ancient emperor and the overlord body of the human race? If I go up there, I'll definitely be crushed in an instant. The collision between Zhou Tong and Yuan Gu was like the collision between a sea of lightning and a demonic light. The entire world was filled with lightning and divine light, and a violent explosion occurred. The world was brightly lit, and the sea of lightning was surging. Everyone was retreating, and some of the weaker cultivators couldn't see anything clearly. They could only see lightning and light in their eyes. Zhou Tong was like a god of thunder, moving freely in the sea of lightning. Every strike had terrifying lightning and runes entwined around it, creating a terrifying scene like a lightning tribulation. Yuan Gu was also boundlessly overbearing. The aftershock from his pitch-black fist could destroy mountains and rivers, turning an area of 100 miles into a desert without any vitality. The collision between the two caused the earth to collapse, leaving a scene of devastation. It was as if a catastrophe had happened, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Boom! The final strike after 100 moves was like the collapse of two heavens. There was a destructive aura that rushed out. Their bodies were burning, blooming with millions of rays of light. This was the simplest and most direct attack, but the result was far beyond everyone's expectations. Pft! Zhou Tong's fist, which was condensed with lightning, directly smashed Yuan Gu's body. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew out, and a large amount of blood rain poured down. The advantage accumulated from the previous 100 collisions erupted in an instant. The scene in front of them almost made the hearts of many ancient races stop beating. How was this possible? The primitive emperors looked down on the world. Their bloodline should be invincible, but the scene in front of them made everyone speechless. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Yuan Gu was smashed by someone. Whether it was the ancient race or the human race, everyone was boiling. No one dared to believe all of this. The immemorial emperors covered the sky with one hand and looked down on the ancient times. After attaining their Tao, they were invincible and represented the strongest. The most authentic blood of the primitive emperors flowed in Yuan Gu's body. He was only an 8th-generation descendant, and his bloodline wasn't diluted by much. Moreover, his aptitude was superb. In terms of cultivation alone, it was rare throughout the ages, and it was the best in their race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sealed. Logically speaking, other than the son of the Emperor of the Ancients, no one should be able to match him. But why was he beaten up by someone? Could it be that the overlord body of the human race could compete with the primitive emperor when he was young? For a moment, all the big clans were somewhat terrified. Since when did the human race become so unfamiliar? Such an invincible overlord had actually appeared. They looked at Zhou Tong. Although the previous collision had caused some damage to his physical body, he had recovered in an instant under the power of the immortal phoenix divine fire. Therefore, he looked as if he was unscathed. What a powerful physical body! Among the ancient race, the sacred battle ape, who had always been known for his physical strength, could not help but narrow his eyes. A surge of battle intent involuntarily emanated from him. Seeing an opponent like Zhou Tong, the sacred prince couldn't help but want to fight. However, just as he moved, Princess Divine Silkworm immediately pressed him down and shook her head slightly. As a great sage, Princess Divine Silkworm could naturally tell that Zhou Tong's physical body was far superior to the current sacred prince's. If the current sacred prince were to fight, he would definitely be defeated. Why does this healing technique have traces of my immortal phoenix bloodline? It's even more terrifying than what I know. On the other side, Prince Tian's expression was even more sinister. This overlord's healing technique was clearly the inheritance of their immortal phoenix bloodline. His own inheritance had actually been obtained by his opponent, especially the aura that was faintly emitted. It seemed to be more authentic than the inheritance that he had grasped. How could this not make Prince Tian furious? Primordial Radiance Reincarnation Wheel, shine on my immortal body. Just as everyone was shocked by Zhou Tong's combat strength, a deep roar came from Yuan Gu's shattered body. This voice sounded like an ancient evil spirit returning, breaking free from the shackles and killing his way out of hell. A sparkling and translucent wheel appeared above Yuan Gu's shattered body. It was untainted by even a speck of dust. It shone with an inextinguishable light, causing the fragments of his body to rapidly reunite. He was reborn in an instant. One of the primitive emperor's secret techniques, the primordial radiance reincarnation wheel. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, he reconstructed his body and achieved immortality. He was invincible in the world. After one move, Yuan Gu's injuries could no longer be seen apart from the bloodstains all over his body. I told you, the ancient emperor's bloodline can't be defeated so easily. That's right. This is the true power of the ancient emperor's bloodline. Seeing Yuan Gu's resurrection, many ancient race cultivators seemed to have rebuilt their collapsed faith as they cheered. In their hearts, the ancient emperor was a god that could not be violated. The ancient emperor's blood will never flow in vain. The void trembled, and the primordial radiance reincarnation wheel fell, illuminating every drop of blood on Yuan Gu's body. It turned into a vast sea of blood, trapping Zhou Tong in it. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. This was the profound meaning of Buddhism. However, in the ancient emperor's scripture, it also turned one's blood into a vast sea. Yuan Gu sat cross-legged in the sea of blood with the primordial radiance reincarnation wheel above his head. He began to recite an incantation, wanting to refine Zhou Tong. Petty tricks. I'll beat you up no matter how many times you resurrect. I'll give you a chance. Show me your ancestors' Tao and Dharma to please me. Zhou Tong sneered. He was like a demonic mountain, unmoving. When the sea of blood was about to reach him, he opened his mouth and roared. Boom! An earth-shattering thunder exploded. It was like the end of the world as the terrifying sound waves swept across the land with thunder. The sky trembled. The clouds in all directions were dispersed by Zhou Tong's roar. The ripples spread and collided with the sea of blood, causing a huge explosion between the two. The sound waves and the waves of the sea of blood collided, and did not stop for a long time. The world rumbled, and the sound of thunder shook the world. In an instant, Zhou Tong soared into the sky like a dragon swimming in the 9 heavens. He charged towards Yuan Gu with hundreds of millions of thunderbolts, taking the initiative to attack. Today, I'll tear apart the legend of the ancient emperor's bloodline, Zhou Tong roared. This battle was not only a battle of the emperor road. Under the influence of various forces, it had vaguely become a battle of fortune between the human race and the ancient race. Therefore, this battle had to show the might of the human race and the strength of the human race. He had to defeat Yuan Gu in front of everyone in the most powerful, domineering, and invincible manner. He had to attack the will and faith of the ancient race and let them know that the human race was not to be bullied. Therefore, Zhou Tong's opponent was not only Yuan Gu, who was of the ancient emperor's bloodline, but also the entire ancient race. At this moment, Zhou Tong clenched his right hand into the void. Clang! A dazzling purple lightning sword formed from lightning appeared in Zhou Tong's hand. It was unstoppable. Zhou Tong held it in his hand as he charged towards Yuan Gu. Humph! Yuan Gu snorted coldly and held the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel in his hand. It shone with a deathly light and suppressed Zhou Tong. The heavens collapsed and rumbling sounds were incessant, showing the might of the ancient emperor's great Tao. Tao sounds rumbled and the thunderbolt sword clashed with the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel hundreds of times. It was as if iron was being hammered and the clanging sounds were incessant. Crack! Finally, Zhou Tong's thunderbolt sword exploded and the terrifying electric radiance condensed into a beam and slashed the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel. Crack! Finally, there was a cracking sound and the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel also collapsed. Cracks appeared on it and it exploded in the void. This wheel was originally formed from the laws of Tao. It was indefinite and could be repeated. However, the situation in front of him had already caused Yuan Gu's expression to change drastically. This was because Zhou Tong had already arrived beside him with boundless lightning, causing him to be unable to react in time. Pfft! Zhou Tong's palm landed on Yuan Gu's body and tore half of his body apart. A large amount of blood gushed out. With a flash of light, Yuan Gu's torn body escaped far away. Zhou Tong stood in place calmly and did not chase after him. Instead, he allowed Yuan Gu to recover his body. He had absolute confidence that he could completely crush Yuan Gu. Pfft! With a soft sound, Yuan Gu consumed his origin and used the Yuan Guang reincarnation wheel to revive not far away. His face was paler and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He was extremely furious. "Have you recovered?" Zhou Tong asked softly like an old friend. The surrounding ancient race cultivators' faces were extremely ugly. This was simply trampling on their pride and confidence. In a fair battle, not only did he not chase after his opponent, he even allowed his opponent to recover. In the end, he even asked if his opponent had recovered. This was simply the ultimate contempt for the ancient emperor's bloodline. Yuan Gu's face was also extremely ugly. His body was trembling with anger. This sentence was simply sprinkling salt on his wound. However, he was powerless to refute. It was an indisputable fact that he was crushed in terms of combat strength. No matter what he said, he could not change this established fact. I've said it before. I'll kill you as many times as you revive. I'll kill you until your mind collapses and your will is destroyed. Zhou Tong's aura exploded. There was a kind of domineering spirit. An invincible aura bloomed from his body. He slowly walked toward the revived Yuan Gu. His pace was not fast, but it was very steady. The great Tao of heaven and earth resonated and trembled. The Tao sound between heaven and earth rumbled, setting off his invincible momentum. There was a kind of unparalleled momentum that could cover mountains and rivers. The countless ancient race cultivators nearby were almost suffocating. This kind of aura, momentum, and great Tao were too terrifying. Countless young cultivators of the ancient race were shocked. Even their confidence was shaken. They did not dare to look directly at Zhou Tong. When the ancient race appeared, the young people's aggressive momentum that swept the human race and pacified the world suffered a blow at this moment. Chapter 343. Not good. The people of Primordial Lake were shocked. Zhou Tong's aura was terrifying, especially the old man who had seen the primitive emperor before. He was even more shocked. This invincible belief was similar to the primitive emperor back then. The overlord in front of them was actually allowing his opponent to recover. Giving you a chance to revive, I'll kill you every time you revive. I'll kill you until you can't take it anymore and your confidence collapses. What kind of confidence was this? This kind of invincible spirit was not seen among the many ancient princes, but it was seen in a human cultivator. This was definitely not a good sign for the ancient race. Not far away, many people's expressions did not change. Could it be that the overlord of the human race was going to tear apart the legend of the ancient emperor's bloodline? So strong, so strong! The sacred prince seemed to be stimulated, and his battle intent soared. The sacred battle ape race had the strongest battle intent among all the races in the immemorial era. They were a race that was not afraid of anything. There was no such thing as fear in this race. When they saw an expert, what they wanted to do the most was to surpass him. He's too strong, the sacred prince said coldly. I have to get rid of him. Otherwise, he'll be the biggest obstacle on my path to Tao validation. The path to Tao validation needs to be like this. I'm invincible. I don't care if you're a king or an ancient prince. So what if you're a young emperor? I'll kill all who block my path. The path to Tao validation has always been built with bones and blood. Heavenly Spiral's way, he said to himself. On the other side, the Origin Radiance Reincarnation Wheel recovered. Under the effect of the Origin Radiance Reincarnation Wheel, Yuan Gu recovered once again. His hair flew in anger. Today, he was killed a few times, which made him angry. He was such a proud person, but today, he was killed repeatedly. Ah! He let out a long roar, shaking the 9 heavens until it rumbled. The sky dome was about to fall. He displayed all kinds of secret techniques, but it was difficult to stop the decline. In an instant, it was broken by Zhou Tong's successive Lightning Emperor's treasured arts. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning tribulation. His entire body was charred black, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. I originally wanted to save this for Huang Shudao, Hua Qilin, and the Sacred Prince. Who would have thought that I would be forced to this step? Yuan Gu coldly muttered to himself. His thick black hair danced in the wind as he stood there like a black demonic mountain. It was as if he could crush this world, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Then, he instantly raised his head, and his eyes became incomparably terrifying. His eyes were as deep as the sea. His left eye turned into a black sun, and his right eye turned into a blood moon. It was like a moth flying into a flame, about to be sucked in. Immediately after, an extremely strange aura spread out from Yuan Gu's body, causing all the spectators to tremble in fear. Some of the more timid ones couldn't help but retreat. At this moment, Yuan Gu's aura was completely different from before. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Suddenly, a sonorous sound rang out. Yuan Gu's eyes blossomed with sparks as if divine weapons were humming. The world turned pitch black in an instant. "I can't move?" Everyone was shocked. Those spectators who were hundreds of miles away had the same feeling. They felt as if they were petrified by some strange technique, and their entire body couldn't move. What's going on? Everyone couldn't help but have this doubt in their hearts. Retreat. Tianxian Wei, Princess Divine Silkworm, and several ancient race sages acted at the same time, bringing those who couldn't move far away. Only then did they regain their freedom. Primitive Emperor's forbidden technique. In an instant, everyone thought that this must be the last forbidden technique in the ancient scriptures written by the primitive emperor. It was the core and essence of their life's great Tao. The world became darker and darker. In the end, they couldn't even see their own fingers. This was the Tao law distorting the space. Bang! 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 Facing the restriction of the primitive emperor's forbidden technique, Zhou Tong also felt a strange force suppressing him. He directly used the 3 strands of immortal qi in his body. Suddenly, he raised his arm. At the same time, the surrounding void trembled and wailed. Cracks spread out with Zhou Tong as the center. "I didn't expect you to still have the power to resist in my Yuanqi world. I have to admit that your tyrant body of the heavens is far superior to mine." Yuan Gu's cold and emotionless voice rang out in the distance. "But everything ends here. You forced me to use this technique. You can die without regret." As he spoke, Yuan Gu's left eye turned into a black sun and flew out. It was as oppressive as a huge mountain. His right eye turned into a blood moon and rushed out. A strange force surged and suppressed forward. "Shameless boasting. It's not just my physical body that's superior to yours. My divine power, my spirit, my will, and my Tao aren't something you can compare to. Do you think your ancestors' secret technique can restrain me? Today, I'll broaden your horizons and let you see my Tao, my technique." Zhou Tong's voice wasn't loud, but it made many people speechless. "You're just a Tao-severing king. What kind of Tao and technique can you create? Are you worthy of competing with the primitive emperor's Tao? You're simply boasting shamelessly and arrogant." However, the next moment everyone was shocked. Zhou Tong let out a long roar. His blood qi surged and purple mist rolled. At this moment, Zhou Tong had already used an extremely terrifying technique. The 9 ancient characters of the Sun Sutra shone between his eyebrows. Then, they flew out and circled around him. The 9 ancient characters were brightly lit. Like little golden suns, they shone with immortal light. Then, Zhou Tong's eyebrows shone again. The 9 ancient characters of the Moon Sutra were also reflected and jumped out one by one from between his eyebrows. The Moon Saint Force and Sun Saint Force operated at the same time, reversing yin and yang, turning into a blazing chaotic divine power that could destroy everything. The Sea of Lightning was also infected by the chaotic divine power, turning into the most terrifying chaotic lightning. Then, boom! With a loud bang, all directions collapsed. The primordial ruins realm couldn't withstand the chaotic power formed by the reversal of yin and yang. Zhou Tong used this divine power and chaotic lightning to break open the primordial ruins realm, regaining his freedom in an instant. His true body was invincible as he walked toward Yuan Gu. Wherever he passed, the void distorted as if it was splitting the world apart. Chaotic mist filled the air and chaotic lightning filled the air. His Tao power was unstoppable. Yuan Gu's expression changed drastically. The ultimate forbidden secret technique, created by his ancestor, was actually broken by someone? How was this possible? How could this be? Looking at Zhou Tong, who was surrounded by chaotic mist and chaotic lightning, walking toward him step by step, Yuan Gu felt unprecedentedly powerless. Since ancient times, how many people could use the primordial ruins realm's laws and secret techniques at this level? This should have been a fatal blow, but it was forcibly broken by the other party. You are the 8th generation grandson of the primitive emperor. The blood of the primitive emperor flows in your body. Why can't you walk out your own invincible path and kill your opponent? The people of Primordial Lake suddenly shouted, their voices shaking the surroundings. The other ancient tribes also roared. It was unknown how many people followed suit. They were all from the ancient tribes, cheering for Yuan Gu. In this battle, Yuan Gu represented not only himself, but also the entire Primordial Lake lineage. They would not allow Yuan Gu to be defeated just like that. Chapter 344. I didn't lose. Yuan Gu suppressed the helplessness in his heart. He took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. It's useless. All your efforts are in vain in front of me. Let me send you off, Zhou Tong said calmly. At the same time, his palm that was surrounded by chaotic qi pressed down on Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu, will never lose. I'm invincible. Summon the primitive emperor and awaken my bloodline. Yuan Gu roared. At the same time, his spirit rose sharply as if he had changed into another person. No! The people of Primordial Lake exclaimed. They were just cheering for Yuan Gu and didn't ask him to use this move. This was one of the secret techniques of the primitive emperor. It wasn't something that a mere king like Yuan Gu could use. If he used it forcefully, he would be crippled. The blood of the primitive emperor flowed in their bodies and contained the fragments of the great Tao of the primitive emperor. The so-called bloodline awakening was to forcefully extract the fragments of the primitive emperor's great Tao and turn them into divine laws. It could be said that once this move was used, the power of Yuan Gu's bloodline would be completely crippled. Yuan Gu roared. Now that he was forced into a desperate situation, he had no choice but to use this move. At this moment, every inch of his skin was bleeding. Those were strands of life essence that condensed into a shadow behind him. The primitive emperor. Everyone was terrified. The primitive emperor actually had a strand of vague imperial aura. We must win this battle. Overlord body of the human race, die. Yuan Gu roared and charged forward. The blurry figure behind him moved in sync with him. It had an unstoppable aura that made many people worship it on the spot. Although it was just a shadow, it had a strand of the primitive emperor's aura and fragments of his laws. It was extremely terrifying. After using this move, Yuan Gu's bloodline spirituality was exhausted. Even if he killed his opponent, he wouldn't be able to survive. In order to defeat Zhou Tong, he didn't hesitate to use this forbidden technique that was equivalent to perishing together with his opponent. It's not like I haven't fought the primitive emperor before. It's not like I haven't felt the imperial aura before. Zhou Tong looked calm. He had already seen the power of the primitive emperor when he was in the Cutting Path Heaven's tribulation. He had also seen a trace of imperial power in the Undying Taoist when he was at the Saint Cliff. Which of these two things wasn't far superior to the Yuan Emperor's phantom summoned by Yuan Gu? Although the combination of the Yuan Emperor's phantom and the Yuan Emperor's divine aura had caused a qualitative change, the current Zhou Tong was no longer the Zhou Tong of the past. You want to stop me with a mere 8th-generation descendant's bloodline awakening? It would be more appropriate if it were your prince's. I said that today, I will shatter the legend of the ancient emperor's bloodline being invincible. I will do as I say. Zhou Tong strode forward, bringing with him a monstrous mist of primal chaos as he collided with the primitive Emperor's projection. The aftermath swept across the earth, and visible waves rushed out in all directions. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, and the desolate mountain range on the horizon collapsed, turning into fine powder and scorched earth. Fight! Zhou Tong roared, continuously activating the Thunder Emperor's technique. At the same time, he used the chaos formed by the reversal of yin and yang to reinforce it. Rumble, earth-shattering collisions occurred one after another in the void. Yuan Gu coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and cracks appeared on Zhou Tong's body. Purple blood spilled out, and terrifying light beams danced between the two. This was the first time since the start of the battle that Zhou Tong used his true means. Because at this moment, his opponent was no longer Yuan Gu, but the Yuan Emperor. Zhou Tong benefited a lot from the collisions with the Yuan Emperor's phantom, feeling the Yuan Emperor's Tao and laws at a close distance, and feeling the Yuan Emperor's laws. Almost every time they collided, Zhou Tong could feel an incomprehensible feeling. It was as if he had crossed over thousands of years and fought with the real Yuan Emperor. Zhou Tong could even feel some of the Yuan Emperor's Tao concepts through the collisions of the Tao fragments and essence. In a trance, Zhou Tong seemed to see a scene. That was the scene of the Yuan Emperor creating his laws. The world trembled, the Tao wailed, and time rotated, turning everything into nothingness. The chaos formed by the reversal of yin and yang and the Thunder Emperor's technique constantly collided. They became more and more harmonious, and their power became stronger and stronger. In the end, the chaotic lightning in Zhou Tong's hand even displayed a power that could destroy everything. Zhou Tong was getting stronger and stronger, but in comparison, Yuan Gu was gradually declining. The Tao fragments that belonged to the Yuan Emperor that were stimulated by Yuan Gu's body were constantly collapsing, and were shattered by Zhou Tong. Buzz! After 300 consecutive collisions, the Yuan Emperor's phantom finally began to dim and was about to disappear. Yuan Gu's face was ashen, and he was rapidly losing his vitality. Roar! A loud roar was heard. Zhou Tong's divine might was shocking. Taking advantage of the moment when the Yuan Emperor's phantom dimmed, he actually grabbed onto the phantom. His divine power was vast, and the purple qi was boiling. With a shake of his hands, he actually tore the Yuan Emperor's phantom apart with his bare hand. The Tao fragments scattered and scattered in the void. It was an extremely terrifying scene. The Yuan Emperor was invincible in the world, overlooking the world. His roar shook the mountains and rivers, and caused the universe to collapse. Although it was only a phantom, it still had a trace of the sovereign's divine might. It should be invincible in the world, shaking the heavens, and suppressing the ancient times. But at this moment, the Yuan Emperor that was worshipped by thousands of races was torn apart with bare hands. It was like a scene that was engraved in the ancient times, and it would forever exist in the hearts of everyone. The lightning exploded, and the mist of chaos lingered. Although Zhou Tong's body was covered in purple blood like a river, he was like a demon god that directly tore the Yuan Emperor's phantom apart in the void. Such a blow was like completely tearing apart the invincible legend of the Yuan Emperor's bloodline. It severed the most important backbone in the hearts of countless ancients, causing their minds to waver. The god in their hearts was torn apart right in front of their eyes. Some of the weaker ancients even seemed to have their essence, qi, and spirit extracted from their body. Their spirit and faith collapsed in an instant. Their eyes were lifeless, and tears streamed down their faces. Zhou Tong's final blow not only defeated Yuan Gu, but also defeated the pride and confidence in the hearts of all the ancients. It pulled them down from their high and mighty sovereign status, and made them deeply understand that the sovereign's bloodline wasn't invincible. Yuan Gu was still standing quietly. He was tall and burly, and his thick hair fluttered in the wind as he faced Zhou Tong. However, his eyes dimmed. He stretched out his bloody palm and wanted to continue attacking, but he was already powerless. His essence, qi, spirit, bloodline, and great Tao had all been poured into the Yuan Emperor's phantom. Now that the Yuan Emperor's phantom was torn apart and shattered, it was equivalent to his essence, qi, and spirit being completely obliterated. At this moment, a complicated expression appeared on Yuan Gu's face, and in the end it was filled with sadness. I gave up everything, forgot my family and true feelings, and came to this world alone to prove my Tao, but my hope is gone. Yuan Gu opened his mouth with a trace of sadness, and wanted to continue speaking, but he was already powerless. Puff! Blood rained down, and Yuan Gu's body finally exploded, turning into specks of light that dissipated in this world forever. A gust of wind blew, and nothing was left. Chapter 345. Before the convention of myriad races, the battle that represented the fate of the human race and the ancient race was won by the human race in the end. Zhou Tong had won. He had won fair and square, without the slightest bit of reluctance. He had completely crushed his opponent in a domineering manner. Compared to Zhou Tong, Yuan Gu was dead. His ambition turned into specks of light rain and scattered with the wind. In the end, the light rain that Yuan Gu turned into dissipated, and everything came to an end. The scene was silent. Everyone watched Yuan Gu disappear and couldn't make a sound for a long time. After a short period of silence, the people of Primordial Lake let out roars of unwillingness. Many people rushed up, their killing intent overflowing into the heavens. They transformed into a torrent that engulfed Zhou Tong. The vast plains were filled with killing intent, as if the autumn wind was sweeping away the fallen leaves. Black fog rushed into the sky and killing intent surged. Many people of Primordial Lake felt their hearts bleed. This bloodline suffered a drastic change after the primitive emperor passed away. There were no princes left in this world. In this clan, the one with the most hope was Yuan Gu. Now that Yuan Gu was dead, this clan's last hope of attaining the Tao was destroyed. Boom! A streak of cold light flew out, shooting straight for Zhou Tong's head explosively. It was a palm-sized dagger that was pointed at Zhou Tong's forehead, wanting to kill his primordial spirit. Zhou Tong leaned to the side and dodged the dagger. His spiritual sense was amazing. He immediately sensed the person who secretly attacked in the crowd and locked his eyes on him. Boom! Lightning condensed and turned into a purple lightning spear. The tip of the spear turned into a purple stream of light that rushed forward. In an instant, it nailed a person in the crowd to the ground. Roar! At the same time, Zhou Tong opened his mouth and roared. His body was covered in purple runes. One could clearly see wave after wave of purple ripples rushing up. It was like one huge wave after another, shaking heaven and earth. This was the sound of thunder from the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. When the sound wave came out, it was like the angry roar of the heavens and the earth cracked. The sound was like a tsunami, deafening and tearing the sky. One could see the sound wave turned into ripples that swept in all directions like a vast ocean. Boom! Thunderbolts shook the world, and the sound waves blasted out. On the other side of the primitive lake, all living creatures who had been rushing towards Zhou Tong were sent flying backward while vomiting blood by Zhou Tong's sound wave. Humph! Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Just as the primordial lake sage was about to make a move, a cold voice came from the divine silkworm race's side. The divine silkworm princess frowned, and her great sage aura filled the entire area, suppressing everyone until they couldn't move. At this time, Zhou Tong turned to look at the first person to attack. The person who was nailed to the ground by Zhou Tong's lightning spear was one of Prince Tian's servants. Since when has the primordial lake fallen to such a state? Do some Tom, Dick, and Harry want to use you guys as guns? Do they want you guys to fight against the human race? The heavenly jade saint, Wei Yi, spoke as he looked towards the primordial lake. Boom! The people of Primordial Lake finally expressed their stance. It was endless killing intent that surged and boiled. A group of people pressed forward, and in the middle was a Sage Realm ancestral king. His Sage Realm aura spread out, and many people couldn't help but kneel down as they couldn't withstand the pressure. Yuan Gu was their race's greatest hope, and now that he had died here, Primordial Lake would definitely weaken in the future. That was because Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other places had ancient princes that were still alive. Their greatest hope of corroborating their Tao had been eliminated. Humph. It's not your turn to say anything. An old ancestral king of Primordial Lake made a move. Buzz! Right at this moment, in the sky, the might of the immortal Tier Green Gold Pagoda had already arrived at an unknown time. Strand after strand of misty green airflow descended, and every strand was thick like a mountain, heavy and lofty, causing everyone present to feel suffocated. That ancestral king of Primordial Lake grunted and immediately retreated. Is the Jade Pool really going to protect the Overlord body? There are at least 2 ancient Imperial weapons already aimed at this place. If we really make a move, do you think the Jade Pool can withstand it? The ancestral king of Primordial Lake looked in the direction of the Jade Pool with a cold gaze. A fair battle on the Emperor's Road. Primordial Lake, don't tarnish Yuan Gu's determination to protect with his life. The voice of Jade Pool's Queen Mother of the West rang out. Heavenly Spiral Stone Mills Wei Yi stood beside Zhou Tong without any ripples. His expression was calm as he said, "This battle has already ended, so let's end it here. The Jade Pool convention of 10,000 races hasn't started yet, so there's no need to start a battle now. If we really want to fight, we might still have a chance during the convention. In the battle on the Emperor's Road, life and death are up to fate. As the royalty of Primordial Lake, I believe you all should have your own bearing," said Heavenly Spiral Stone Mills Wei Yi. His eyes then blazed as he stared at the Primordial Lake. The ancestral king of Primordial Lake's gaze flickered. It was a huge matter for the royalty to start a war. It definitely wasn't that simple. The people of Primordial Lake were very cold. The ancestral king flung his sleeves and said, "This matter won't end here. Since the matter of Primordial Lake has been settled, shouldn't it be time to settle the matter between us?" Zhou Tong's gaze turned and looked directly at Prince Tian, who was not far away. When Zhou Tong opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Primordial Lake was only afraid that there might be a great saint in the human race. They didn't want to clash head-on with the human race, so they temporarily put aside their grudges. You, the person involved, actually refused to let it go and even wanted to provoke the immortal Emperor's bloodline? A fair battle, the result of this battle has been decided. Prince Tian, you're bewitching people. Do you want Primordial Lake to start a war with the human race and then reap the benefits without doing anything? Zhou Tong looked at Prince Tian and questioned. The people of Primordial Lake also looked unfriendly. Even if they wanted to avenge Yuan Gu, it should be the people of Primordial Lake who did it. How could they tolerate Prince Tian overstepping his authority and acting in their name? My Heavenly Emperor's bloodline has always been on good terms with the primitive Emperor's bloodline. Yuan Gu and I are best friends. You killed my good friend. Do you think my temper is too mild? Prince Tian shouted. Moreover, we are one family. You killed a member of the royal bloodline. Do you want to be the enemy of all races? A fair battle, but you said it was a massacre. Moreover, in ancient times there were thousands of races. Each of them had their own strengths, and there were as many enemies as there were hairs on a cow. How can you say that we are one family? Do you really think you're the son of God respected by thousands of races? In my eyes, you're not even worth a fart. Zhou Tong sneered, and then his face turned serious. However, you can say whatever you want. I don't care, and I don't want to care about such boring things. I've seen the primitive Emperor's Tao. I still want to test the quality of the immortal Emperor's bloodline. Clang! As he spoke, Zhou Tong had already taken out a king-level divine sword refined from Daluo silver. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Prince Tian's throat. You dare to point at me? Prince Tian coldly said. The 9 halos behind his head quickly enlarged and emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Son of God, please calm down. Don't force it. Your talents are number 1 throughout the ages. After reaching the Tao severing realm, no one in your generation will be able to defeat you. You will become a great existence like the heavenly monarch. Leave this matter to us. A protector next to Prince Tian immediately spoke. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to say more. He directly slashed down with his sword. With a clang, the entire sky was split apart. This sword cut apart the heaven and earth. Only the dazzling light of the sword became the only thing. The protector's expression greatly changed. He stepped forward to meet the attack, afraid that his master would be in danger. He immediately took out a bronze lamp. The flame from the lamp's wick collapsed the firmament and met the sword ray head-on. Crack! A light sound rang out. This sword hacked down. The sword radiance was unstoppable, and there was nothing it couldn't cut through. It destroyed the Tao light, cut through the divine flame, and cut apart the copper lamp with a powerful and domineering stance. Pluff! There was no suspense at all. Whether it was the body or the primordial spirit of this Tao severing protector, he was killed instantly by Zhou Tong's sword. Prince Tian, as the son of the immortal heavenly monarch, do you only know how to let your subordinates die for you? As Zhou Tong spoke, he threw out the blood-stained divine sword in his hand. With a clank, the divine sword pierced the ground in front of Prince Tian and continuously hummed. Buzz! A battle-intent soared from the sword. Under the illumination of the sunlight and the blood-stained blade, it was quite a frightening sight. The moment this sword appeared, it immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Today, I will use this blood-stained sword as a declaration of war to challenge you. I will give you time until you reach the Tao severing realm. At that time, we will have a fair fight. Do you dare? Zhou Tong calmly looked at Prince Tian without the slightest bit of pressure. In the blink of an eye, all eyes were on Prince Tian. Zhou Tong's move could be said to be extremely daring. He killed Prince Tian's protector with one slash and placed the blood-stained divine sword in front of him as a declaration of war. If Prince Tian didn't dare to accept the challenge, then the God's Child and the group of 8 would become disloyal. However, if he accepted the challenge, would the so-called God's Child really be able to maintain his power and legend after seeing this overlord's performance? The same question flashed through everyone's mind. The scene of Zhou Tong tearing apart the primitive emperor's projection with his bare hands was too deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Chapter 346. Haha, coward, if you don't dare to accept it, I'll do it. Just as Prince Tian was hesitating, a golden light flashed, and the sacred prince walked out. He laughed and immediately reached out to pull out the divine sword that Zhou Tong had stabbed in front of Prince Tian. The sacred prince already had a huge grudge with Prince Tian, so he did not mind adding insult to injury. The expressions of the ancient race people changed. This divine sword was sent to Prince Tian. If Prince Tian did not pull it out and the sacred prince pulled it out instead, it would be a huge blow to the entire bloodline of the heavenly emperor. If that was really the case, then all of Prince Tian's efforts over the years would be completely wasted, and it might even benefit the sacred prince. Sacred prince, you've gone too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Prince Tian's expression changed as he stood in front of the sacred prince. His eyes were terrifying, and his black hair was like a waterfall. 9 divine halos appeared behind him, with a total of 5 colors. He looked like the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor. The sacred prince sneered. You don't even dare to accept a challenge. With your little ability, you want to step on the path of Tao verification and repeat your father's path? Dream on. From the son to the father. With your pathetic state, your father is definitely not a good person. Back then, when my father reached Tao verification, he flipped your father's dojo upside down. What kind of miracle was that? It was destroyed by a sacred emperor fist. It was just deified by the later generations. The moment he said that, the entire place fell silent. The sacred battle emperor and the immortal emperor could be said to be taboo topics, but the sacred prince did not care at all. He directly said it out loud, causing many ancient beings to keep quiet out of fear. Sacred prince, don't be anxious. You also have a share. Zhou Tong looked at the sacred prince and casually threw out another divine sword made of great luo silver. He was here to cause trouble, so how could he not have made some preparations? Before the convention of the myriad races began, Zhou Tong had already prepared a challenge. They were all divine swords made of great luo silver. With the sword as a challenge, he would challenge all the ancient princes of the Big Dipper. Good. Good. The sacred prince casually grabbed the divine sword and looked at Zhou Tong. After the convention of the myriad races, I'll have a fair battle with you. No hurry. Everything has a sequence. Although you've accepted my challenge, I still want to test the strength of the other ancient princes. Zhou Tong shook his head at the sacred prince, and then looked at Prince Tian. Prince Tian's face darkened by the sacred prince's face. Compared to him, who was hesitant to accept the letter of challenge, the sacred prince, who had taken the initiative to ask for the letter of challenge, was clearly more magnanimous. He was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of comparison. Prince Css was his SST. If he didn't accept this challenge, then his Tao protector would have died in vain. If he didn't make a sound, then his subordinates might become disloyal. His grand plans for hegemony would be greatly affected. Most importantly, if he didn't accept the challenge, it would seem like he was afraid of his opponent, and his momentum would be much weaker, and if he accepted the challenge, he would also lose face. Because he clearly had the upper hand and only needed to raise his hand to accept the challenge. But now, the sacred prince had beaten him to it. In comparison, it was as if the sacred prince had caught up and surpassed him. Prince Tian stared at Zhou Tong with a cold expression and sharp eyes. He slowly pulled out the divine sword in front of him and said, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After I sever my Tao, I'll kill you with my own hands. And you, sacred prince." He turned his head and looked at the sacred prince coldly. "You've been jumping around for so many years. This time, I'll take care of you too. You've incited many people to attack me in the past, and you still have the face to say such words. If not for the convention of the myriad races, I would have killed you right now," the sacred prince said mercilessly. The Tian prince and the Shring prince were like needles against an awl, opposing each other with equal harshness. However, the majority of people's gazes fell on Zhou Tong. There was no doubt that the human race's heavenly tyrant physique had become famous in this battle. He had killed a strong competitor of the younger generation of the ancient race and taken the most solid step on the Emperor's road. In the crowd, the Alcade sage, Yen Ruyu, celestial silkworm Taoist, Yao Yuekong, and the others all had complicated expressions. Some were expressionless, some were full of killing intent, and some were profound. For the sole Emperor's road, countless people had fallen since ancient times. There was no right or wrong in the path of Tao validation. It followed the most primitive law of the jungle. The survival of the fittest was merciless and cruel. In the end, only one person could stand at the top. The convention of the myriad races at the Jade Lake is about to begin. Please enter the Jade Lake. Soon, the Queen Mother's voice was heard along with the Emperor's aura of the fairy tier green gold pagoda. Soon, countless people entered the Jade Lake. This battle was good. The old sage of the heavenly Jade Holy Land, Wei Yi, also patted Zhou Tong's shoulder and smiled. You defeated Yuan Gu and strengthened the human race's confidence. However, what the human race wants to do will still be up to you. At this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm also walked over. As she spoke, she looked at Wei Yi and said, the investiture of the gods deterred all races. However, there are still some ancient kings who believe that Emperor Wu Shi has already passed away. They will personally come to this convention. If you're the only sage of the human race, you most likely won't be able to stop them. Thank you for your concern, Princess, but I'm afraid the foundation of the human race is beyond your imagination. Wei Yi didn't say much, but the confidence in his words surprised Princess Divine Silkworm. Because at present, she didn't see any true foundation of the human race at all. In the end, Princess Divine Silkworm followed Princess Divine Silkworm into the Jade Lake. Seeing Princess Divine Silkworm leave, the other ancient races were relieved. As long as Princess Divine Silkworm, who had broken through to the Great Sage Realm, didn't stand on the human race's side, then the future situation would be uncertain. Even if Zhou Tong defeated Yuan Gu, it would be useless. This was because this convention was to discuss the matter between the human race and the ancient race. The final decision would definitely be made by a great sage. Looking at Zhou Tong, who was walking with Wei Yi not far away, an ancient king couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the human race to have such a peerless genius. The threat of such a race is too great. That's right. A mere overlord body can actually defeat an emperor bloodline. It's simply unimaginable. If there are more people like him, where will we find a place to stay in the future? Another ancient king also replied. These two sentences immediately resonated with many races that had opinions about the human race. Many people joined in on this topic, and it became more and more intense. Son of God, Yuan Gu's defeat in this battle might not be a bad thing. Perhaps as long as we work harder and publicize the threat of the human race, more races will join us. A servant beside Prince Tian transmitted his voice. However, we have to suppress the sages of the human race first. Don't worry, a supreme existence is coming soon. In fact, many people don't believe that no beginning is still alive. Back then, after the sacred battle emperor passed away, the world immediately fell into chaos. Even an invincible figure like Princess Divine Silkworm was nailed to death by a spear. Even the battle monkey was forced to head west. The myriad races. There is no lack of peerless experts, especially on this ancient planet. Prince Tian's voice carried a trace of killing intent. Chapter 347. In the Jade Pool. Many ancient kings were sneering. They more or less knew some things and thought that Emperor Wu Shi was dead. They didn't care about the human race at all. They just wanted to get rid of Wei Yi, the only human who had appeared. On the human side, many Saint Lords and Almighties thought that with Emperor Wu Shi's prestige and Saint Wei Yi's presence, they had the initiative and the right to speak. However, they didn't know that the ancient king was looking down on them. Zhou Tong and Wei Yi didn't care about these sacred lords at all. You held back a lot in this battle, right? Wei Yi suddenly asked through voice transmission. Although it was his first time seeing Zhou Tong, he had heard about Zhou Tong from the old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior mansion. He had a rough understanding of Zhou Tong's combat strength. Zhou Tong smiled and said, that Yuan Gu is only at the first heaven of the king realm. If I didn't seal my cultivation, wouldn't I be able to kill him with one slap? In this battle, Zhou Tong had basically used the Thunder Emperor technique the entire time. Other than the yin-yang reversal, he had never used any other techniques or technique. He didn't use the divine form and ancestral body of the tyrant body at all. You've sealed quite a bit of cultivation, Wei Yi said thoughtfully. I don't want to take advantage of him, so I sealed my cultivation to a level slightly lower than his. Zhou Tong said. Although Yuan Gu was only at the first heaven of the king realm, with his foundation, he could be considered at the peak of the first heaven. Zhou Tong already had an absolute advantage in terms of realm, so he deliberately sealed his physical body, cultivation, and divine power at the middle stage of the first heaven. Although Zhou Tong often did things by hook or by crook, he didn't want to break the rules on the path he had chosen. He didn't want to tarnish the path he had chosen. After entering the cultivation world, Zhou Tong had also experienced countless dangers and opportunities. He had tried his best to go through several battles and tests. His confidence had long been stronger and firmer after this series of events. He already had an invincible spirit in his heart. He firmly believed that he didn't need to use any tricks to defeat all opponents. Speaking of which, the one who controls the investiture of the gods should be Senior Guy Jiu, right? Zhou Tong asked via voice transmission. Wei Yi nodded slightly and said, "That's right. A black dog told us some things about Emperor Wu Shi. Gu Tianshu also provided some help. We can try to use the investiture of the gods that Emperor Wu Shi left behind. Are there any other holy lands participating? I don't believe that you would dare to reveal the investiture of the gods without an emperor weapon to replace it," Zhou Tong said softly. "Don't worry, the Eternal Universe Furnace will temporarily replace the Divine Seal Decree there." Wei Yi glanced at Zhou Tong. "You brat, you really know a lot of things. You even know what's being suppressed in the investiture of the god. It's not like I haven't been to the Holy Cliff before. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me." Zhou Tong chuckled. "But I guess you haven't been to the Holy Cliff before, right?" Wei Yi shook his head and said, "Senior Guy should be able to go up, but we don't have the array diagram. It's very difficult. Time is tight, so we don't have time to go up and take a look." Zhou Tong pondered for a moment and thought to himself, "I took away everything from the Heavenly Quartz Killer Saint last time. They won't be able to get the secret word Xing even if they go up. That's a pity. The secret word Xing was brought to the Holy Cliff by the Heavenly Quartz Killer Saint. It had nothing to do with the Great Sage physique. Zhou Tong took away the Killer Saint's corpse, so the secret word Xing was naturally gone. Senior, your burden will be much heavier from now on." Zhou Tong immediately transmitted his voice. Zhou Tong had drawn an end to the battle between the human race and the ancient race. However, the most important battle was the battle between the martial saint. This was the key to determining the outcome of the battle between the human race and the ancient race. Zhou Tong was also a little worried about Wei Yi's situation. Compared to Jiang Taishu in the original work, although Wei Yi had cultivated for 1,000 years more, his disadvantage was still very obvious. Firstly, his own scriptures were inferior. The Heavenly Jade Sacred Ground didn't have a complete set of Emperor scriptures to cultivate, so his foundation couldn't be compared to Jiang Taishu's. Secondly, in terms of secret arts, Jiang Taishu also had Emperor Eternal Universe's secret arts and secret of fighting. Wei Yi didn't have such things. Lastly, in terms of age, Jiang Taishu, who had lived his second life, was in the prime of his youth. His qi and blood were vigorous, but Wei Yi was old, and his qi and blood were declining. No matter. Although Wei Yi also felt the pressure, he wasn't afraid in his heart. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment and immediately transmitted his divine sense over. "This is..." Wei Yi's heart trembled violently. In the divine sense transmitted by Zhou Tong, 9 Dao diagrams filled the sky. A portion of them was extremely similar to his heavenly jade steps, but it was even more brilliant. 9 secret words, secret word Xing. In an instant, Wei Yi sensed the essence of this secret art. He couldn't help but look at Zhou Tong and transmitted his voice. "You're quite generous. You're even willing to impart such a secret art to me. Previously, at the entrance of the Jade Pool, I'm indebted to Senior for helping me. I have nothing to repay you, so I can only give you this secret art. I hope Senior will respect the might of our human race." Zhou Tong said. "Good. With this secret word Xing, I'm even more confident." Heavenly Jade Saint Wei Yi didn't say much and immediately closed his eyes to comprehend the secret word Xing. Their heavenly jade sacred grounds footwork was unparalleled in the world, because they had once obtained the incomplete secret word Xing Wei. He had already comprehended the incomplete secret word Xing for thousands of years. Now that he suddenly obtained the complete secret word Xing, he immediately fell into a state of enlightenment. Some of the doubts he had when comprehending the heavenly jade footwork were all answered in this complete secret word Xing. The secret word Xing had a total of 9 Tao diagrams. Wei Yi was practically ascending to the heavens with each step. The first 6 Tao diagrams were completely perfected in an instant, and the 7th Tao diagram was also cultivated to the perfected realm after some slight comprehension. Only the 8th Tao diagram was stuck. Seeing that Wei Yi was comprehending the secret word Xing, Zhou Tong also began to organize the gains from the battle with Yuan Gu. In this battle, I didn't use the fusion method of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, the True Dragon's treasure technique, and the Immortal Phoenix's treasure technique. Instead, I combined the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique and the chaotic aura. If I were to take this one step further, it would be the fusion of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique and the Kuan Peng's treasure technique. Zhou Tong silently comprehended in his heart. Reversing yin and yang to transform chaos was the idea that Zhou Tong had obtained from the Kuan Peng technique. In today's battle, the fusion of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique and the chaotic aura had displayed a different chaotic lightning. If he were to reverse engineer this, he could find the connection between the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique and the Kuan Peng technique. Time passed slowly. Just as Zhou Tong was comprehending the great Tao, Wei Yi, who was at the side, quietly opened his eyes. "It's here," he said softly. Just as Wei Yi finished speaking, boom! A powerful ancient king descended upon the jade pool. The divine bell rang non-stop, and an overwhelming aura of a saint surged over without any concealment. An ancient king with a dragon head and divine light lingering around his body walked in with large strides. Wherever he passed, all the living beings would uncontrollably kowtow. This was the pressure of a saint. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. He walked straight into the crowd of humans. As a result, there were incessant plopping sounds. All of them were forced to kneel on the ground by his aura. The might of a saint was irresistible. He obviously did this on purpose. He strode forward and sneered. "I heard that a saint has appeared in the human race. It's really rare. Come over and let me see if you live up to your name." Zhou Tong opened his eyes and said softly, "Senior, it's up to you." Wei Yi nodded and stood up to welcome the ancient king with the dragon head. Chapter 348. Fighting was not allowed in the Jade Pool, so Wei Yi naturally came to the outside of the Jade Pool with this ancient king. Many cultivators of the human race and the ancient race walked out to witness this battle. However, to everyone's disappointment, at the instant that ancestral king made his move, Wei Yi threw a punch with a backhand. Immediately, heaven and earth rumbled, and blood rained down from the sky. Then, it turned into a burning red light. The sky collapsed and was destroyed, turning into a ruined land. The ancient king of a generation had fallen. Boundless light burned and soared into the sky. All kinds of great Tao laws collided, one after another. It was chaotic, and no one dared to interfere. They could only wait for it to disappear. This result naturally shocked everyone. An ancient king was killed just like that. His blood splattered across the sky, and he turned into a torch. He was removed from the world. The second one. An ancient cultivator was horrified. From the moment Wei Yi appeared, he had instantly killed an ancient king who stood up for Prince Tian with a punch. Now, he had even killed a second ancient king with a punch. As long as one wasn't a fool, they could see that the human saint in front of them was incomparably powerful. He was far from what an ordinary ancient king could compare to. Wei Yi should have cultivated to the saint-king realm. Zhou Tong was deep in thought. To have such battle prowess and a lifespan of 6,000 years, He was at least an existence at the Saint King level. Moreover, Wei Yi is also smarter than Jiang Taishu in the original work. No, it's not that he's smart, but the current situation is different. Zhou Tong understood. The current situation was already very different from the original work. Gai Jiao had obtained a drop of the White Tiger Divine Medicine's medicinal liquid from Zhou Tong and the Northern Immortal Light. His lifespan was much more abundant than in the original work. In addition, Zhou Tong had directly destroyed the Blue Devil race without discussing with them, directly establishing the unyielding attitude of the human race. The human saint's treatment of the ancient race was naturally different from the original work. In the original work, they needed to show the strength of the human race, but they couldn't show too much strength. That was why Jiang Taishu had fought a bloody battle with the ancient race. Now, it didn't matter how strong they were. Therefore, when Wei Yi encountered an opponent who was inferior to him, he would directly kill them. "Hey Zhou Tong, what's your plan?" At this moment, a voice sounded. Zhou Tong glanced to the side and saw an acquaintance quietly walking to his side. It was Duanda. "A grave robber like you dares to appear in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid that those holy lands will kill you?" Zhou Tong glanced at Duanda. He was a little surprised by Duanda's boldness. The Jade Lake is under the suppression of the Green Golden Pagoda. No one dares to make a move here. Duanda was very straightforward, but he still did not want to give up and continued to ask, "Don't think that I don't know, the few of you have already colluded with each other. The investiture of the gods must have been triggered by you guys. I suspect that goddamn dog is also involved." When Duanda mentioned the large black dog, his expression instantly darkened. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss because of the large black dog. "Have you met that dog again in the past few months?" Zhou Tong asked. "Don't mention that bastard." Duanda's face was full of bad luck. "If you want to get information about that dog from me, then you're wasting your time. I haven't seen that dog either." Zhou Tong shook his head. "But Fatty Duan, are you interested in doing something big?" Zhou Tong suddenly asked. He suddenly thought of the matter of the Yuhua God dynasty in the central province and wanted to greet this fatty in advance. "What do you know about the Great Tomb?" Duanda's eyes suddenly sparkled. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "It's not the Great Tomb. It's just a kind of feeling. I have a feeling that it's most likely related to you. It's very likely that it involves a deceased Supreme Being. It's just a good opportunity to prepare in advance. If even you have such a feeling, then it's probably not a small matter." Duanda rarely became serious. "Let's leave a contact number first." Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then asked, "What do you want to do?" "It's impossible to leave a contact number. It's impossible to leave a contact number in this life." Duanda was a little vigilant. He looked at Zhou Tong as if he was guarding against a thief. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Duanda, somewhat speechless. This damn fatty dug up graves everywhere and had countless enemies. It was indeed impossible for him to leave a way for others to find him. "Forget it, pretend that I didn't say anything." Zhou Tong glanced at Duanda and couldn't be bothered with him. At most, when he wanted to find him, he could just fabricate some news of the Great Tomb being unearthed. He would definitely come over obediently. Moreover, the matters of the Yuhua God dynasty might not need this fatty in the future. With Zhou Tong's current foundation, he had the confidence to face any situation. Zhou Tong quickly turned his attention to the field. "Another sage is coming." Zhou Tong's glabella flashed as he said softly. Sure enough, just as Zhou Tong's voice fell, a cold voice came from the sky. "A single person suppressing the kings alone. If word gets out, it will be a disgrace to the various races. What are you afraid of?" 5 dazzling lights descended from the sky. The person in the lead was actually a sage king. His purple hair was scattered and he looked almost the same as a human. The 4 figures behind him were also sage kings. It's the Zilin ancestral king of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The various races of the ancient era were shocked. This was a great imperial race, a race that possessed an ancient imperial weapon. They walked over step by step. The sage king in the lead was called Zilin. His fame spread throughout the ancient era, and many people knew him. His expression was cold as he was about to attack the Tianqian Guard E. That's right, it's just a sage. What are you afraid of? The human race is going against the myriad races. The outcome is already destined. Another 4 figures descended from the sky, all of them shrouded in divine flames. Countless humans felt a chill in their hearts. There were too many sages of the ancient race. Even if the human race had the advantage in numbers, the people controlling the imperial weapons were too weak to stop them. He's truly a hero of a generation. He actually scared so many ancestral kings. After speaking, another 3 ancient kings descended. Gray mist filled the air and their auras were terrifying. How boring! Is there only one sage in the human race? 2 more men appeared in the air. Every pore of their bodies was glowing, making it difficult to look at them directly. It's them, the twin ancestral kings. The various races of the ancient race were horrified. These 2 looked exactly the same, and their fame spread throughout the ancient era. They were a pair of twin brothers, and the most terrifying thing was that they were both saint kings. A total of 14 ancient kings arrived, and 3 of them were saint kings. This kind of scene already foretold the outcome, making the human race silent. 14 ancestral kings. It seems like the truly powerful existences are about to arrive. Zhou Tong said softly. Then are you guys going to take action? What kind of methods do you have? Who else is coming? Duanda asked in return. Just watch for yourself, don't ask. Zhou Tong glared at Duanda. Rumble, right at this moment, 9 terrifying ancient beasts ran over from the horizon. Every one of them was a great success, king. They were incomparably terrifying, all of them archaic vicious beasts. They pulled an ancient war chariot as they trampled through the sky. It was as if a divine drum was beating, resounding through the clouds and intimidating everyone. Hong! The 9 archaic vicious beasts stopped, and the ancient war chariot came to a stop. A heaven-overflowing aura pervaded the air as a terrifying figure stepped out of the war chariot. Fog curled about, drowning him within. Even with the heavenly eye, one couldn't see through him. Only a pair of green eyes revealed an intimidating light. One could vaguely make out a tall figure that was like a demonic god. Greetings, Heavenly King Skyfall. Even though the ancient kings here were very conceited and proud, after seeing this ancient ancestor, they still went up to pay their respects. One could imagine how high his status was and how terrifying his strength was. Human, your fighting strength is not bad, an outstanding talent. I am willing to accept you as my adopted son. Are you willing to join my race? In the future, you will become a great saint revered by all races. Ancestor King Skyfall stood in front of the ancient war chariot and looked down. His eyes were like 2 divine lamps in the black fog, and only the outline of his tall body could be seen. Heavenly King Skyfall, a saint king of great perfection, also a saint king who is hostile to the human race. Zhou Tong silently looked at Heavenly King Skyfall, calmly watching him show off. Right at this time, boom! An earth-shattering sound came, and a dazzling golden light streaked across the void. At this moment, the entire eastern barren northern region was shaken. That golden light was like an eternal divine light, illuminating the mountains and rivers and entering the Nacre Lake. Investiture of the gods. Everyone was shocked. That golden light contained a surging divine might that was unfathomable and shocking. Impossible, Emperor Wu Shi is already dead. This is impossible. A saint king with a stubborn head immediately refuted. However, with a boom, the investiture of the gods descended from the sky as if Emperor Wu Shi's hand was pressing down. Accompanied by a series of miserable screams, this stubborn Saint King was instantly reduced to ashes by the investiture of the gods. Even the saints behind him were wiped out by the investiture of the gods. Not long ago they were looking down on the human race as if they were ants, but in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to such a state. It was truly lamentable. The great ancient emperor has appeared. Emperor Wu Shi is still alive. Wash away all humiliation, kill all. Amidst the roars, many human cultivators were excited. Emperor Wu Shi had finally appeared. Boom! As if responding to the cheers of the human race, the investiture of the gods descended again, this time suppressing the strongest cultivator of the ancient race, Heavenly King Xiang Skyfall. In an instant, the 9 ancient beasts pulling Heavenly King Skyfall's chariot were reduced to ashes, and the ancient chariot collapsed. Heavenly King Skyfall, a powerful being, could only let out an unwilling roar before his body exploded. His blood evaporated, and he was reduced to ashes. Is this all part of your plan? There must be a leader in your group, and a very powerful one at that. Is it Gai Juyo? Duanda poked Zhou Tong's arm and asked. Zhou Tong glanced at Duanda. This fatty had been wandering around the tombs all year round, so he knew a lot of things. He definitely knew some things about the forbidden areas, or he wouldn't have said something like this. After the investiture of the gods shocked the ancient race, the true upper echelons of the ancient race all came to the Jade Pool. For example, Fire Qilin Caves, Qilin Heaven Ancestor, King Jiufeng of Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Great Sage Hunchuo. All the sages of the human race had also appeared, such as the number 1 Grand Elder of the northern region, the old great sage woman that Zhou Tong had seen in the northern plains, the old mansion master of the central region, outstanding warrior mansion, and the truly invincible Gai Jiyo, who had achieved Tao through a different method. After the battle and demonstration, the true upper echelons all came to negotiate. Seeing this, the entire event gradually calmed down, and the killing intent was no longer as strong as before. The human race was still very weak, and it was impossible for them to fight against so many sages of the ancient race. The ancient race was also very wary of Emperor Wu Shi and the investiture of the gods, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing this, both the human race and the ancient race heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 349. The sages of the human clan are here. It's not suitable for us to stay here. Let's go to the place where the young people should stay and have a good chat with the young people of this generation. Zhou Tong glanced at Fatty Duan beside him and walked leisurely toward the young people. What kind of young people are they? I don't know how many old monsters have been sealed in this generation. Duanda rolled his eyes. Can they be older than you? Zhou Tong glanced at Duanda and opened his heavenly eye of martial arts. His heavenly eye lingered on the seals of samsara in Duanda's body for a moment. Duanda jumped up in anger and stepped back hurriedly. Ha ha! Zhou Tong laughed and walked directly to the place where the young people gathered. While the upper echelons were discussing, the younger generation of juniors were having a joyous gathering below. Apart from the powers that were hostile to the human race, there were also many young people from the ancient race gathered here. They had temporarily forgotten about the conflict between the human race and the ancient race, as well as the worries in their hearts. They were exchanging cups under an ancient tree and drinking to their heart's content. Some talents of the human clan and the ancient clan also joined in. The group of people who were not familiar with each other gradually became familiar with each other after drinking and drinking. There was no doubt that these people gathered together was a small gathering. The Saint Prince had a drinking contest with the celestial silkworm Taoist. The South Demon and the Central Emperor had a drinking contest with each other. The Divine King Body Ji Haoyue and the Heavenly Demon Body Yao Yuekong discussed the Constitution. The Jade Lake Saint Girl, Yen Ryu, Qi Hui Shui, Ji Ziyue, and many other fairies and goddesses were competing with each other in beauty. They were all drinking and looking charming. However, with Zhou Tong's arrival, everyone stopped talking and looked at him. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The human clan was his enemy, and the ancient clan was almost the same. Everyone, why are you looking at me like this? Zhou Tong walked leisurely to the center of the hall with a wine cup in his hand. On the human clan's side, Ji Haoyue's eyes gradually became cold. However, compared to his previous high spirits, there was a sense of helplessness. The Yao Guang saint was surrounded by a layer of holy light, and no one could see his expression under the holy light. The prince of the great Xia dynasty's eyes were even colder, as if he wanted to rush up and fight with him. Over at the ancient race side, all the ancient race beings remained silent, not daring to open their mouths. Not long ago, Zhou Tong had torn apart the legend of the ancient race's invincible royal bloodline. All the young people were afraid of him. Only the demonic beasts had a slightly better atmosphere. In the case that Zhou Tong had committed, there were no important figures of the demon race. Brother Zhou Tong is so domineering, tearing apart the legend of the ancient imperial bloodline. Let me toast you. A man in purple sitting across from Ji Haoyue nodded slightly and raised his cup to Zhou Tong. His appearance was imposing, noble beyond words, especially his pair of eyes that were even deeper than the starry sky. This was the Yao clan's heavenly demon physique of this generation, Yao Yuekong. The heavenly demon physique was a rare physique among the demon race. It was similar to the godly monarch physique. It was a type of supreme monarch physique. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and clinked his wine cup with Yao Yuekong's before draining it in one gulp. Putting down his wine cup, Zhou Tong looked around and said, "Although this is a gathering of prodigies, most of them are trash. From what I see, the number of people who can be called prodigies here can be counted on one hand." Once these words came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Ji Haoyue, who had once lost to Zhou Tong, turned pale with a swoosh. This sentence was simply saying that everyone here was trash, and that there were no more than 5 people who could catch his eye. Such blunt words were simply an insult to them. Those who came here were all prodigies. They were all people with extremely strong self-esteem and confidence. Hearing this, all of them clenched their fists, and their gazes became even colder. However, Zhou Tong did not care about these people's gazes. As he spoke, he had already taken out a divine sword refined from Daluo silver and handed it to Yao Yuekong. "Brother Yuekong, I wonder if you consider yourself a prodigy?" Everyone was shocked. It was another divine sword refined from Daluo silver essence, a peerless divine material. They had already seen it twice before, and it was given to Prince Tian and Prince Xing respectively. This was Zhou Tong's letter of challenge. He used a sword as a letter of challenge, and had already challenged the Supreme Prince Tian and Prince Xing of the ancient race. Now, was he going to extend the battle to the demon race? Yao Yuekong was stunned. He glanced at this divine sword. He could clearly feel the shocking battle intent contained within this divine sword. If the person holding the sword had a weak cultivation and will, he would probably be devoured by the battle intent within the divine sword. It could be said that this sword was both a letter of challenge and a form of qualification. Only those who could hold this sword firmly were qualified to be Zhou Tong's opponent. Taking a deep breath, Yao Yuekong solemnly extended his hand and grasped the hilt of the sword. Boom! A surge of battle intent instantly surged into his heart, causing his blood to boil. Yao Yuekong's expression changed slightly. His hand trembled slightly, but he quickly calmed down. His eyes also surged with a terrifying battle intent. Zhou Tong kept looking at Yao Yuekong and nodded inwardly. No wonder he could successfully cultivate to a different Tao in the original work. This is one of the few experts who did not rely on Yifan to grow. But at this stage, the gap between him and the ancient prince is still a little big. Every sword contained Zhou Tong's supreme battle intent. However, after the Prince Xing received the sword, he did not react at all. Even Prince Tian, who was said to have an extremely weak Tao heart, easily withstood the impact of the battle intent without any change in expression. However, Yao Yuekong was clearly a little weaker at this stage because his hand trembled. The innate gap between ordinary practitioners and princes and emperors could only be truly closed at the quasi-emperor level. "I'll accept this sword." Yao Yuekong calmed himself down and said solemnly. "Good, I look forward to your Tao severing stage. I also look forward to your heavenly demon body in the future." Zhou Tong nodded slightly. "Are there any other prodigies who are willing to accept this sword?" Zhou Tong looked around again, took out another divine sword, and stabbed it into the ground. However, as soon as the divine sword landed, a hand immediately grasped the sword hilt. The person who came was the Central Emperor Xiang Yufei. "I'll accept this sword." Xiang Yufei was very quiet. He did not say much. He only pulled out the divine sword and kept it. His actions were clean and neat, without any pause. It was clear that the current him was slightly stronger than Yao Yuekong by a tiny bit. "Wavering Light Sage, are you not willing to accept this sword? I'm looking forward to your indestructible heaven art." Zhou Tong turned to look at the Wavering Light Sage and stabbed another divine sword into the ground. The Wavering Light Sage was sitting not far away, but there were not many people around him. Many people avoided him. Although there was no direct evidence, the rumor that the Wavering Light Sage cultivated the indestructible heaven art was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Many practitioners who were on good terms with him did not dare to get close to him, afraid that they would be plotted against and devoured by the Wavering Light Sage. "Brother Zhou, you must be joking." The Wavering Light Sage stood up, held the divine sword, and looked at Zhou Tong. "However, I know that I'm no match for Brother Zhou now. How about we postpone this battle for the time being? You won't fight without absolute confidence? With such an attitude, your future path will definitely fail." Zhou Tong was too lazy to say anything more. The Wavering Light Sage was actually like this. He would never do anything if he was not confident. He would have to wait until he was a quasi-emperor before he could take the initiative to fight. However, Zhou Tong did not care. Anyway, it was just a divine sword and a fist-sized piece of Daluo silver essence. To his current wealth, it was just a drop in the ocean. The Wavering Light Sage smiled slightly, and his smile was very bright. However, in the next moment, Yao Yuekong and Xiang Yufei's eyes narrowed. The Wavering Light Sage had already pulled out the divine sword quietly. The Wavering Light Sage has indeed hidden his strength. Yao Yuekong was secretly shocked. The Wavering Light Sage's performance had already surpassed his. Chapter 350. As the Alcade Saint took the sword, the others were shocked, but what followed was a wave of excitement. As a prodigy, which one of them was an idiot? Whether it was Yao Yuekong, Xiang Yufei, or the Alcade Saint, their reactions after taking the sword proved that this sword was not simple. Also, other than Yao Yuekong, Xiang Yufei, and the Alcade Saint, only the Holy Prince and Prince Tian had such a sword. From another perspective, could it be said that only with such a sword could one be considered a prodigy? And from the conversation between the Alcade Saint and Zhou Tong, they also understood that this was only the right to challenge. Zhou Tong actually did not specify a time limit for the challenge. Once they obtained such a sword, not only would they be able to raise their status, authority, and status, but they would also not have to fulfill the conditions of battling a werewolf like Zhou Tong. "I'll do it. I'm also willing to accept your challenge." At this moment, the Purple Mansion Saint stepped forward. It was fine if he could not defeat his Saintess, but now even the Saintess, who was his wife, had been cuckolded by Yi Fan. What was even more tragic was that he had been ordered by his sect elders to not speak of this matter. Who could understand the sorrow in the Purple Mansion Saint's heart? He desperately wanted something to vent his emotions, something that could be used as a symbol of his status and prodigy status. To the Purple Mansion Saint, the challenge letter, that Zhou Tong had sent to all the prodigies was the best thing. Zhou Tong glanced at the Purple Mansion Saint and could not help but feel sorry for him. However, he did not mind. He casually stabbed another sword into the ground and said, "If you're not afraid of death, come up and take this sword." "I'll do it." The Purple Mansion Saint stepped forward and grabbed the sword hilt. However, a mouthful of blood bloomed in the air. The Purple Mansion Saint's face was pale as he flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. His head tilted as he fainted. "What?" Everyone's expression changed as they looked at the Purple Mansion Saint. Yao Yuekong, Xiang Yufei, and the Alcade Saint were fine after receiving the sword, but it turned into a bloody incident for the Purple Mansion Saint? His primordial spirit was severely injured by the battle intent. Zhonghuang Xiang Yufei said softly, "The battle sword contains Brother Zhou's supreme battle intent. Those who cannot withstand the impact of his battle intent are not qualified to hold this sword." Yao Yuekong's black hair danced in the wind. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at the Purple Mansion Saint. "Do you think any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to touch my challenge letter?" Zhou Tong's cold eyes glanced at everyone around him. Immediately, countless people lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. "Let me." But soon, a second person stood out. This person was Ji Haoyue, who had once lost to Zhou Tong. "I advise you to give up. Those who lose to me will never be able to catch up to me in the future. In fact, your heart is filled with fear. With this mentality, even if our strength is similar, you are definitely not my opponent." Zhou Tong glanced at Ji Haoyue and said indifferently, "The state of mind was crucial, extremely crucial. Why did they say that once the Emperor Road was defeated, there would be no more chances? This defeat was due to the state of mind. Even if his strength surpassed his previous opponents in the future, as long as his state of mind did not change, he might not even be able to unleash 70% or 80% of his strength when facing an opponent who had once defeated him." Brother Ji Ziyue, who was standing at the side, clung tightly to Ji Haoyue's sleeve, tears welling up in her eyes. Ji Haoyue turned around and glanced at Ji Ziyue. He flicked his sleeve and strode forward. When he was in front of the battle sword, he took a deep breath and held the sword hilt with his palm. Buzz! Almost instantly, Ji Haoyue's wild eyes exuded an unparalleled fanatical battle intent. However, Zhou Tong understood that the battle intent belonged to him. Ji Haoyue's will could only hold on and resist his battle intent with great difficulty. Difficult? Yao Yuekong could not help but shake his head. Ji Haoyue had lost to Zhou Tong twice before. Facing Zhou Tong's terrifying battle intent, he was already at a disadvantage. He was even at a disadvantage compared to the Purple Mansion Saint. Being able to hold on now was already a sign of his amazing talent. At the same time, Yao Yuekong frowned. He glanced at Zhou Tong and was secretly shocked. I wonder what path Zhou Tong is on. He actually has such a terrifying battle intent. It's terrifying. Could it be that he's on the path of the legendary combat immortal? Yao Yuekong was also shocked when he thought of the legends of the combat immortal that he had read in ancient books. This path was definitely the most violent and explosive path, as well as the most difficult. You had to fight your way up until you reached immortal ascension. Anyone who walked this path was an absolute god of war, and their battle prowess could shake heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Ji Haoyue. He gripped the sword hilt so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged. Terrifying divine power and Tao laws spread out, distorting the surrounding space. Ji Ziyue looked at her brother worriedly. At this moment, she was sure that the battle sword didn't contain any trap. It was a supreme battle intent that belonged to Zhou Tong. Whether one could wield a battle sword or not was not just a test of one's cultivation level. More importantly, One's temperament and whether one could withstand the impact of the battle intent was more important. Finally, Ji Haoyue spat out a mouthful of blood. His grip on the sword finally loosened. Although he didn't vomit blood and faint like the Purple Mansion Saint, he still couldn't pull the sword out of the ground. Everyone looked at Ji Haoyue and saw a kind of loneliness in his eyes. Ji Haoyue's eyes dimmed. He didn't stay any longer and turned to leave the jade pool. "Brother!" Ji Ziyue screamed. Ji Haoyue paused, shook his head, and continued to leave. Unable to withstand the battle intent, his Tao heart has been broken. I'm afraid this is the end of a generation's talent. Yao Yuekong sighed softly. Previously, he and Ji Haoyue were still happily chatting about all kinds of body constitutions. However, in the blink of an eye, Ji Haoyue's Tao heart had been completely broken. This Emperor's Road was so cruel. Since ancient times, countless talents had been buried on this road. In the entire universe, all the talents of an era could only fulfill the one and only Emperor's throne. Is there anyone else who's willing to take the battle sword? Zhou Tong sat quietly and asked as he drank. Everyone fell silent. With the Purple Mansion Saint and Ji Haoyue's foresight, they didn't dare to have any ideas. This sword couldn't be touched. Not far away, the sacred leaders of the various sacred grounds who were gathered together fell silent as well. When Zhou Tong just went over, they had been paying attention to the matters of that junior generation all along. However, seeing the Purple Mansion Saint and Ji Haoyue being defeated one after another made them feel bad. I missed it. The sacred leader of the Jiang family sighed softly in his heart. Regret was written all over his face. Originally, he had a chance to tie such a peerless overlord to the Jiang family's war chariot through his relationship with Jiang Taishu. However, he had been careless and lost everything. What a pity! The Ji family was also regretful. They naturally knew that Ji Ziyue was friends with Zhou Tong and Yi Fan. Back then, they had even ventured into the Bronze Immortal Palace together. From this point of view, they could be considered as friends who had gone through life and death together. However, this friendship had been completely destroyed during the Heavenly Peach Banquet at the Jade Lake. Not only were the Jiang and Ji families regretting, but the other sacred grounds, such as the Taishan sect, were also filled with endless regret. However, what was the use of regretting now? Everyone looked at Zhou Tong, who was like an unsheathed divine sword, and sighed. They had missed the best opportunity. If they went over now, he might not even care about them. Chapter 351. However, just as the humans and demons were completely silent, a jade hand suddenly grasped the battle sword and pulled it out with extreme ease. Everyone was shocked and looked over. The Overlord's standards are really high. Only 2 or 3 humans and demons are worthy of his attention. In the Overlord's opinion, who in the ancient tribe is qualified to be called the Heaven's Chosen One? A clear voice sounded. It was a blue-haired woman with bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was slender, and her skin was as white as jade. She was graceful and charming. Her blue hair flickered like silk and hung down to her waist. There was a sparkling and translucent jade hairpin in it. At the top of the hairpin was a string of fine beads with a small purple qilin hanging from it. It was so lifelike that it made her jade-like cheeks seem even more lustrous. This was the youngest daughter of the ancient Qilin Emperor and the younger sister of Huaqilin. She held the battle sword in her hand and looked carefully, revealing a trace of amazement. What a powerful battle intent! As expected of the Overlord who defeated the Yuan ancient era. Huaqilin smiled faintly. Her blue hair was like the essence of the sea as it trembled. Many of the aboriginals involuntarily retreated. They were all in awe of the ancient empress and involuntarily made way for her. It was not difficult to see the strict hierarchy of the aboriginals. They were incomparably respectful of the ancient emperors, and even their descendants had a highly revered status. Huaqilan, since you are the youngest daughter of the ancient Qilan Emperor, your talent is naturally astonishing. In addition, you can pull out my battle sword, which is enough to be called a prodigy. Zhou Tong smiled and said. At the same time, he filled his wine cup and walked forward, gently clinking his cup with Huaqilan's. Huaqilan smiled sweetly. She similarly raised her cup and said, Although I pulled out your sword, I don't want to fight to the death with you. This opportunity should be left to Prince Tian or the Sacred Prince. Of course, if my brother meets you, he will most likely be very interested. You took the initiative to accept my challenge but are not willing to fight me. Are you making fun of me? Zhou Tong's eyes turned cold. The Overlord roams the world unhindered and is invincible. How would I dare to make fun of you? Hualin pitifully said as she walked towards Zhou Tong. Everyone was stupefied. They were moved by her beauty and lost in wild and fanciful thoughts because of her words. Even those with ancient imperial bloodlines had submitted to Zhou Tong? Cut the crap. Why are you here? Zhou Tong glanced at Fire Qilan. Can you return the seed of the Qilan divine medicine to me? That's the only thing our father left for us. Fire Qilan's smile was as sweet as a fairy's, and it continued to walk towards Zhou Tong. My clansmen will exchange immortal materials with you. She continued, We know that you've been collecting immortal materials. My father left some eternal blue gold after refining the ancient imperial weapon. If you are willing to give us the Qilan divine medicine, we can give you the eternal blue gold that our father left behind. Don't be in a hurry to reject us. We won't let you suffer a loss. My father left the eternal blue gold for us to refine our Tao-proving weapons. It's more than 2 million kilograms. Zhou Tong looked at Fire Qilan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised that the ancient Qilan Emperor had left behind so many immortal materials for his descendants to refine their Tao-proving weapons. He was also surprised by the news about the Qilan divine medicine. How do you know that the Qilan divine medicine is in my hands? Zhou Tong asked in a deep voice. It was normal for them to know that he was collecting immortal materials. After all, he had committed such a big crime in the entire Big Dipper and extorted so many immortal materials from the various Holy Land. However, if they knew that the Qilan divine medicine was in his hands, their information channels were extraordinary. Those who knew that the Qilan divine medicine was in his hands were only a few small bandits, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the Sacred Prince. It was unlikely that the few of them would leak this information. Then, there was a problem. How did the Fire Qilan cave know that he had the Qilan divine medicine? Could it be the Jiang family? Zhou Tong looked at Fire Qilan. It was not difficult for the Jiang family to find out that he had the Qilan divine medicine. There were many clues that the other Holy Lands might not know, but the Jiang family definitely knew. Fire Qilan smiled faintly. Her water-blue hair was as bright as silk, and her smile was alluring and stunning. Looks like it's not the Jiang family. Zhou Tong ruled out the Jiang family in his heart. However, after ruling out the Jiang family, it was even more difficult to find out who had leaked the information about him. The Qilan divine medicine was extremely secretive, and not many people knew about it. Who could it be? Let's talk about it. Don't be so rigid. The things I'll give you won't be bad. 1 million kilograms of eternal blue gold. Its value won't be lower than the divine medicine. Fire Qilan saw that Zhou Tong was silent for a long time and spoke again. She sat beside Zhou Tong and rested her chin on her hands. She looked at Zhou Tong with her big eyes blinking. She looked innocent and flirtatious, with a strange temperament. It's not impossible for you to have the Qilan divine medicine, Zhou Tong said, since you've accepted my challenge, whether it's you or your brother, as long as you can defeat me, the Qilan divine medicine will be yours. However, if you lose, I want your immortal material. Fire Qilan smiled faintly and drank quietly. She didn't say anything more. It seemed that she wouldn't make any promises. However, Zhou Tong didn't care. Fire Qilin didn't dare to take this gamble, but it didn't mean that her brother wouldn't agree. Compared to Fire Qilin's cleverness, her brother was much more stubborn. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tricked by Dao Yi in the original work. In the end, even the ancient imperial weapon of the Fire Qilin cave was sealed. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the Jade Lake Pure Land. It was as lively as chickens flying and dogs jumping. Some people were cursing, and the faint barking of dogs could be heard. "Damn it, I'll never forget this dog barking." Duanda, who was not far away, jumped up and rushed out. "It's the Black Emperor." Zhou Tong was also very curious about this dog, and he also walked out behind Duanda. He had been in this world for so long, but he still hadn't seen this D***MN dog. This was a good opportunity to take a look. Over 10 years ago, the Black Emperor had appeared for a fleeting moment. Just as Zhou Tong was about to break its spell formation and capture it, this D***MN dog slipped away. As a result, he missed an opportunity to meet it. Outside the Jade Lake, a large black dog was sticking out its red tongue. It was as robust as a bull, and its black fur was as shiny as silk. King Heavenly Venerate, you'd **MN dog actually dare to appear in front of me. Duanda immediately cursed upon seeing the large black dog. D***MN dog, I know who you are. Heavenly Emperor Wu sure adopted a young dog in his later years. D***MN fatty, if you say another word of nonsense, I'll bite you 10,000 times and take you as my human pet. The large black dog hooted. Zhou Tong, who followed closely behind, was also a little speechless. These two guys were natural enemies. They had been at odds since the time of Heavenly Emperor Huang in the ancient Chaos era, and it was still the same in this era. F***CK, it's you unscrupulous brat. The large black dog's expression instantly turned hostile when he saw Zhou Tong behind Duanda. Zhou Tong? Chapter 352. Do I know you? Zhou Tong squinted at the big black dog. Damn it, kid. Do you think I don't know that you've been swindling people in the name of the boundless great emperor? The big black dog pounced on him and opened his mouth to bite him. Bang! Zhou Tong kicked him. The big black dog stumbled and fell to the ground, but he wasn't hurt at all. He turned around and got up. He didn't dare to bite him this time, but he still looked unfriendly. I didn't swindle you. Zhou Tong squinted at the big black dog. Woof! What's with that look? The big black dog almost pounced on him and glared at Zhou Tong. I'm looking at a dog. Zhou Tong said slowly. Kid, I really want to bite you to death. Where did you take the sacred body of the ancients and the innate Taoist embryo? Are you thinking about the boundless scripture? The big black dog gritted his teeth. After the last incident, he searched for the sacred body of the ancients and the innate Taoist embryo for more than 10 years, but it was all in vain. He didn't know how much time he had wasted. They can go wherever they want. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Tong didn't bother to talk to him. He turned around and was about to return to the jade pool. Boom! The big black dog was about to speak when a wisp of Saint's aura suddenly burst out from the jade pool. Roars were heard. Many people heard the meeting between the ancient kings. No, absolutely not. Why can't the saints do something? Why? Many people panicked. It was obvious that the discussion between the saints in the jade pool had reached an impasse. After hearing the roars, the big black dog immediately glared at Zhou Tong. He looked solemn and his whole body glowed. I'm going to do something important. I'll find you after I'm done. Then, he spat out a golden paper that shone brilliantly. The aura of the Supreme Emperor rushed out. The golden paper was solemn and holy. The aura it emitted made people want to kowtow. This terrifying fluctuation couldn't be imitated. It was definitely an item of the ancient emperors. What is this? Fatty Duan asked in surprise. The decree of the boundless great emperor. The Black Emperor said solemnly. Boom. A wave of terrifying fluctuations was emitted. In an instant it surged like a vast ocean and engulfed the jade pool. A few ancient characters appeared on the divine paper. They were profound and difficult to read. At the same time, streaks of auspicious light cascaded down from the 9 heavens. Numerous treasured lotuses grew on the ground, and all kinds of multicolored light rose into the air. It was a divine scene, and it submerged the large black dog in the center. There were 4 words on the decree that were intimidating. The strokes were vigorous and forceful, making it hard for people to breathe. And this kind of spiritual pressure was something that only saint-level ancestral kings would fear, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to trigger that kind of spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the more horrified they would be. What? The ancient emperor's decree has arrived? Inside the Jade Lake, many saint-level ancestral kings stood up and looked outside in shock. Is this really the decree of an ancient emperor? An ancient king asked in a trembling voice. That's right, the large black dog exclaimed loudly. These are characters that ancient emperors and great emperors used after comprehending the Tao. Great Saint Hun Tua said. After carefully studying them, he read out those ancient characters and said, "There are no saints under the heavens." That's right, there are no saints under the heavens, Gai Jiyo said. I said earlier that it's better for the saints to cultivate in seclusion and leave the world to the younger generation, Gai Jiyo said. Great Saint Hun Tua said coldly, Good, good, good. 10,000 races coexist, and the future will be very peaceful. They invited the decree into the Jade Lake's secret area and continued to discuss it. Although many ancestral kings were dissatisfied with this decree personally written by Great Emperor Wu Shi, the following style was set. No matter how noisy the outside world was, everything would come to an end. It's finally over. Looking at the Jade Lake that was gradually calming down, both the ancient race and the human race breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the saints didn't make a move, things would be much more peaceful. Among them, the geniuses were the most relaxed. If the saints were allowed to make a move, they would be the most uneasy. They were definitely the people that their opponents wanted to eliminate the most, and no matter where they went, it wouldn't be safe. Even the ancient prince was afraid that the saints behind the other princes would suddenly make a move to kill him. In the end, everyone dispersed, and the Jade Lake meeting came to an end. Everyone left in batches. Of course, there were many people who hadn't left yet. Many familiar old friends gathered and drank happily. After all, a rare period of peace had arrived. At this moment, the old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior mansion found Zhou Tong. Kid, you almost caused a big trouble again. Challenging Yuan Gu before the meeting of the myriad races. I can't believe you came up with this idea. The old saint didn't have a pleasant expression every time he saw Zhou Tong. If you lose in the battle for the Emperor's Road, most of the momentum that we have built before will be useless. The outcome of the meeting has no impact on the outcome of the meeting. In that case, why should I let someone I don't like continue to jump around in front of me? Zhou Tong chuckled. The old mansion master glanced at Zhou Tong and said, You've been making enemies everywhere, and you still have the nerve to say that it has no impact on the outcome of the meeting? Those who support Prince Tian, the Golden Cave, and the Primordial Lake are all hardline pro-war factions. If I don't issue a challenge, they won't be hardline? But so what if they're hardline? With senior guys suppressing them and the decree of Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, can they still jump around? Zhou Tong glanced at the old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior mansion, feeling rather speechless. However, he quickly changed the topic and said, The meeting of the myriad races has ended successfully. This matter has passed. Senior, you didn't look for me this time just to talk about this, right? The old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior mansion said, "Although I think you probably know something, I still came to inform you. 6 years later, the path of the strongest trial will open. It's a path that will cause countless heroes to shed their blood. It's incomparably cruel." "So it's the ancient Star Road." "I know." Zhou Tong nodded. "Kid, you really know a lot of things." The old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior mansion nodded. "Although you already know this path, I still have to remind you. You have to think carefully. Once you enter, there's no turning back. As far as I know, you'll be able to come back once you reach the battle strength of a great saint." Zhou Tong said. "You're now a king, and you dare to say that you have the battle strength of a great saint?" The old mansion master was somewhat speechless. If it's really so easy to reach the battle strength of a great saint, wouldn't we have been living on a dog's body all these years? Woof! Who wants to live on my body? A black dog with shiny fur darted out from not far away. When the old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior mansion saw this dog, his face twitched slightly. He wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and didn't say anything. In the end, the old mansion master glared at it, turned around, and directly left. "If you've decided to take that path, come find me in the extraordinary warrior mansion 6 years later." Before the old mansion master of the extraordinary warrior mansion left, he shouted at Zhou Tong. Chapter 353. "Damn dog, you're sticking to me?" As soon as the old mansion master of the extraordinary scholar manor left, Zhou Tong looked at the big black dog with a somewhat displeased expression. F***ck, this dog is simply a jinx. During the immortal ancient era, it followed the no-end celestial king, but the no-end celestial king died. Later, it followed the desolate celestial king for a while during the chaotic ancient era, but the desolate celestial king's entire family died. Then, it followed the no-beginning, but the no-beginning died in the holy ground. Then, it followed Yifan, and in the end Yifan was also lying in a coffin. Woof! The big black dog barked. "Kid, where did the sacred body of the ancients and the innate Taoist embryo go? Don't even think about it. The innate saint body's Taoist embryo won't be born that easily. I'm afraid it won't happen for at least a decade." Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at the black dog. "Since you followed the no-beginning great emperor, you should know that the West Emperor and the no-beginning great emperor were together for tens of thousands of years, but they only had one child. The West Emperor and the no-beginning great emperor had lived 2 lives. With their lifespans, they had known each other for at least tens of thousands of years." "Damn it, how do you know so much?" The big black dog was a little annoyed. There were several times when it wanted to open its bloody mouth, but when it recalled how Zhou Tong had kicked it when they first met, it shut its mouth. Zhou Tong said, "I've been to the Purple Mountain several times. Even the body of the no-beginning great emperor's lover was sent to the Purple Mountain by me. Isn't it normal for me to know something about the no-beginning great emperor?" "Kid, what did you say? The great emperor's lover?" The big black dog instantly discovered the blind spot and was stunned. The no-beginning great emperor had a lover? Why didn't it know? Even you don't know about Di Lizhi? After I collected the body and brought it back to the Purple Mountain, the no-beginning scripture opened several pages for me to read. Zhou Tong looked at the big black dog with a smile. "Woof. Kid, don't talk about other things. How do you know the innate saint body's Taoist embryo can't be born now?" The big black dog looked unfriendly. "Intuition," Zhou Tong answered. F***ck your intuition. Tell me where they are. No matter what it takes, I will make the innate saint body's embryo of Tao come into being." The big black dog cursed. The innate divine being's Taoist embryo is their problem. How can other methods solve it? Zhou Tong said. F***ck brat, you really aren't a good person. You've done something similar before, right? The large black dog slanted his eyes and said disdainfully. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Tong stood up calmly and prepared to leave the Jade Lake. He didn't want to bother with this damn dog anymore. The large black dog still wanted to find out the whereabouts of Yi Fan and the others from Zhou Tong, so he also eagerly followed after them. Not long after leaving the Jade Lake sacred grounds, Zhou Tong saw that not too far away, the various sacred grounds and ancient races were all inscribing runes as they prepared to leave this region. The princes of the ancient race were also present. So you're here. How dare you disrespect Prince Tian and kill the descendant of one of the 8 divine generals? You're looking to die. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing the entire region around the Jade Lake to tremble. Faintly discernible wisps of saintly aura permeated the air, causing almost everyone to kneel down. It was unbearable. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, a dense rain of light appeared in the sky, like flying swords slashing down. It was dazzling and dazzling, turning into streaks of dazzling divine light. An even more terrifying saintly aura appeared. This was the aura that he had deliberately activated, turning into a saintly rain that sprinkled down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. The aura was so oppressive that it felt like one's body would shatter. Countless cultivators who had just left the Jade Lake, except for a few who had been taken care of by the saints and some who were on good terms with Prince Tian's bloodline, fell to the ground. Many of them even knelt down. They didn't want to do so, but this kind of aura made their souls tremble. Their bodies instinctively made this choice. The aura of a saint, everyone shouted, revealing a terrified expression. Everyone was shocked. The agreement had just been signed, and the saints were not allowed to interfere. Now, the emperor's bloodline was going to break it in the blink of an eye? Everyone turned their gazes to Prince Tian. Prince Tian's expression was calm. The 9 divine halos behind him grew increasingly resplendent. He had a smile on his face as he spoke. We didn't break the agreement. The one who interfered is not a saint. He is still a cultivator at the 3rd level of Immortal Foundation. Half-saint. Very quickly, everyone was certain that this person who appeared out of nowhere was a half-saint. Those saints who were secretly preparing to make a move also stopped. At the same time, they glanced at Prince Tian with astonishment. He actually managed to find a loophole? Although half-saints had the word saint in their name, they were still at the 3rd level of the Immortal Foundation realm after all. They had yet to break through to the 4th level of Immortal Foundation. Such an existence didn't break any rules. Regardless of human or ancient race, the eyes of everyone flickered. They saw a loophole in the agreement. That was a half-saint. A king who stood at the very peak, a king who had touched upon the boundary of the saint realm. From a certain perspective, a king who already possessed the barrier to the saint realm was a half-saint. This was also the loophole in the No Saints Under the Heavens agreement. Half-saints are undefeatable existences. Because they already have 1 foot in the saint realm, they would occasionally emit a saint's might. Even a grand completion king would have no suspense when facing them. They would die without a doubt. Half-saints already possess the barrier to the saint realm. Without entering the divine restriction, it would be hard to break through the barrier. It's rare for a king to appear in the human race. Today, he is going to die here. Prince Tian is indeed worthy of being the descendant of a god. He actually managed to find a loophole in the agreement so quickly. Countless ancient race cultivators stared at the half-saint in the sky. Many of them were secretly cheering in their hearts. The tyrant body of the human race was simply too powerful. Especially in the battle where he defeated Yuan Gu, his tyrannical combat prowess was fully displayed. No one dared to underestimate him. He was definitely a great enemy of the ancient princes. Taking this opportunity to kill him was absolutely in line with the benefits of the entire ancient race. In fact, not only the ancient race, there were countless people in the human race who hoped that Zhou Tong would die in the hands of this half-saint. The saints of the human race are still around. They are enough to ensure the stability of the human race. Now, we no longer need an overlord like you. Idiot, you have offended the various sacred grounds of the human race. Now, you have made enemies with the emergence of the ancient race. This time, no one can save you. Let a tyrant body dissipate just like that. What the human race needs is a senior who stands aloof from worldly affairs like Senior Guy Jiryo, not a tyrannical tyrant body of the heavens. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Zhou Tong, your end is already decided. Many sacred lords of the human race's sacred grounds also looked at Zhou Tong. They hoped that the half-saint would slap Zhou Tong to death. On the other side, Prince Tian transmitted his voice to a nearby sacred ancestor king. Keep an eye on the saints of the human race. Don't let them interfere. Since the tyrant body of the human race dared to attack my people, he will not be allowed to return alive from this battle. Don't worry, Son of God. We have already made full preparations. The sacred ancestor king nodded slightly. Chapter 354. I'm here. Tyrant body of the human race, die. A blazing light appeared in the sky. A black spear appeared in the half-saint's hand. It pierced through the clouds and pierced toward Zhou Tong. Boom! The tyrannical aura exploded as if heaven and earth were falling apart. The clouds in the sky were scattered, revealing the endless sky. The black spear spewed out divine light as if the Milky Way was falling. The murderous aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shocking the world. However, at this moment, a fist print collapsed the sky. Zhou Tong's purple battle aura surged and exploded like waves, sweeping through heaven and earth. He formed a fist print and met the half-saint's spear head-on. Boom! The peerless spear light was produced by the half-saint's peerless divine power and half-saint divine weapon. It was indestructible and could pierce through a great success king. However, all of this collapsed under Zhou Tong's tyrannical fist. Divine light overflowed, and even the void was shaken into countless cracks. Zhou Tong stood on the ground, his eyes shining coldly. So what if you're a half-saint? Do you think you're my match? Everyone was shocked. Their mouths were wide open as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The half-saint's aura had suppressed many people to the point that they couldn't move. Even great success kings were no exception. However, this overlord blocked the half-saint's attack. Impossible. He clearly had to fight Yuan Gu, who had just cut his Dao. How could he block a half-saint's attack? Prince Tian's eyes burned with anger. This person is extremely arrogant. He's unwilling to fight against Yuan Gu. He most likely sealed his realm and maintained it at the same level as Yuan Gu. The eyes of a half-saint ancestor king flashed coldly. I suspect that he has already cultivated to the level of great success king. Son of God, after you cut your Dao in the future, you must avoid him. At least before your realm catches up to his, you can't clash with him. Otherwise, the gap between your realms will be too big. Even if your talent is unparalleled, you may not be able to gain the upper hand. The saint transmitted his voice to Prince Tian and reminded him. Prince Tian nodded, but then he sneered. But that's only if he survives. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I have already lent him an ancestral holy weapon. That's something my father personally refined back then. Even if this overlord body has a sacred weapon in his hands, he definitely won't be able to block it. What an unfathomable cultivation speed. Even if I reach the Dao severing stage in the future, I won't be able to fight him head-on for a while. Not far away, Fire Qilin's face revealed a look of shock as well. She could not imagine that a human could cultivate to such a state in just 20 to 30 years. Even the ancient prince could not compare to this cultivation speed. Not only Huolin and Prince Tian, But many other human geniuses also realized that Zhou Tong was definitely not a cutting path cultivator. Instead, he had already cultivated to an extremely high level. He might even have reached the level of a great success king. Humph, shameless boasting! With a cold snort, the half-step sage in the sky finally appeared. It was a tall figure standing high in the sky, overlooking the world. He was one with the heavens and earth, and his pulse was in sync with the great Tao. He released wisps of sage's aura. This was a young ancient who looked to be about 20 years old. He was tall and burly, and there was a pair of black wings on his back. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with scenes of heaven and earth shattering. It was breathtaking. This was the half-step sage who had received Prince Tian's signal to come and attack Zhou Tong. He held a pitch-black spear in his hand, and with a single step, he attacked Zhou Tong. Boom! Zhou Tong's eyes were cold, but he was not afraid. He took the initiative to meet the attack. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory, and lightning scattered, colliding with the pitch-black spear. Thunder rumbled as lightning bolts danced in the air. The lightning bolts collided with the long spear, causing clouds to fill the sky. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. The bodies and yuan spirits of countless holy lords were nearly crushed by these terrifying shockwaves. The battle became increasingly intense. Zhou Tong and the ancient race half-step saint battled each other in the skies. Every time the black spear and Zhou Tong's thunder collided, there would be the sound of thunder. The heavens and earth were filled with blazing heat. Powerful fluctuations rose and fell like a vast ocean, vast and boundless. Everyone was shocked. A king could actually fight against a half-step sage, and he could even go against the barrier of the saint domain. Boom! Accompanied by the thunder that resounded through the world, Zhou Tong waved his hand, and suddenly clouds rushed in from all directions. He used the Thunder Emperor's art, and the lightning between the heavens and the earth began to move. Gotcha! The lightning was like an ocean, and lightning flashed and roared. The lightning rays intertwined, and the thunder was powerful. Moreover, lightning stars fell from the void and collided with each other. The lightning arcs enveloped the area, and the sky was riddled with holes. The half-step sage tried his best to resist, and he was completely shocked. The thunder technique of the tyrant body of the human race was so terrifying that it made him feel like he was fighting against a heavenly tribulation. Every bolt of lightning contained unparalleled divine power, and it made him breathless. How was this a fierce battle? It was completely one-sided, and the half-step sage was completely crushed. Bang! Zhou Tong and the ancient race half-step sage clashed in the void. Their fists and spears collided, and their palms and fingers collided. They fought to the end, and there were even bursts of thunder that resounded through the sky. Finally, Zhou Tong's thunderous attack heavily repelled the half-step sage, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The half-step sage's eyes revealed an incredulous look. This person could even tear a hole in the indestructible barrier of the sanctuary and injure him. It was simply unbelievable. Alas! I thought that since you were able to cultivate to the half-step sage level, you must be extraordinary and could help me comprehend the Tao through battle. It turns out that you're just SOSO. It seems that you didn't cultivate to the half-step sage realm in this world, but a piece of trash left behind from ancient times. Zhou Tong sighed, and there was a trace of disappointment on his face. If he cultivated to the half-step sage realm in this world, even if he wasn't a 7th or 8th limit genius, he would at least have a 5th or 6th limit cultivation. However, the half-step sage of ancient times probably only had a 3rd or 4th limit combat strength. Even if he was supported by the barrier of the sanctuary, he was still too weak. Most importantly, his Tao was mediocre and could not give Zhou Tong the slightest bit of inspiration. Enough! The half-step sage shouted. As a half-step sage, It was already a humiliation for him to be injured by someone who broke through the barrier of the sanctuary. Now, he was being ridiculed by his opponent? How could he bear this? Clang! The half-step sage burned with rage, and he immediately launched a fierce counterattack. The pitch-black spear in his hand suddenly pierced forward. His movement wasn't very fast, but it was accompanied by the resonance of the Grand Tao, and the sound of the heavenly Tao resounded. He fully executed the laws of the sanctuary. This spear was connected with over 10,000 ripples of the Grand Tao, and it was like it was carrying over 10,000 mountains as it pressed down on the world to the point of collapsing. Everyone below the sanctuary is an ant. A bug dares to jump around? I'll send you on your way, the half-step sage shouted. His fierce attack was extremely peerless. Countless ripples of the Grand Tao condensed on the tip of the spear as he stabbed out, and it instantly pierced through the sky and pierced the space between Zhou Tong's brows in the blink of an eye. Let's end it like this. Zhou Tong's palm was like an amethyst, and it shone brilliantly. His eyes were icy cold, and he was like a god that controlled the world and contained an extremely terrifying will of the heavenly Tao. He directly stretched out 2 fingers, and directly clamped down on the tip of the spear. Clang! With a soft sound, the terrifying spear that was enough to sink the earth and shoot down meteorites was completely clamped by Zhou Tong's 2 fingers. It was simply shocking that such a shocking attack had ended up in such a state. Everyone was petrified, and their eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't move at all. The half-step sage on the opposite side was even more shocked. His all-out attack had been neutralized by his opponent. Those 2 purple fingers were simply a natural mote. No matter how he urged his divine power and laws, he couldn't move them in the slightest. All the power of laws and even the sanctuary's laws were completely suppressed in an instant. Moreover, a terrifying will rushed towards him, making him feel as if he was facing the might of the heavens and earth, and almost suffocating him. The pressure that was like the will of the heavens caused the half-step sage's mind to go blank, and all his will was crushed. Idiot, where's the sacred weapon I gave you? Prince Tian's face was a little ugly. Prince Tian naturally wouldn't let his subordinate deal with Zhou Tong empty-handed. Instead, he left behind a sacred weapon to deal with Zhou Tong's sacred weapon. In the beginning, he could still understand why his subordinate wanted to use his own strength to fight. However, his all-out attack was easily blocked by the other party. With such a huge gap, he should have used his trump card. Prince Tian simply couldn't understand why his subordinate didn't use his trump card when he was crushed to such an extent. Chapter 355. Crack! Then, Zhou Tong twisted his wrist forcefully, and the black spear made of divine iron was instantly broken. The tip of the spear was pinched between 2 fingers by Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong casually swung the spear, and with a poof, the tip of the spear pierced the half-saint's forehead with lightning, nailing him to the void. Too weak! Zhou Tong's sigh echoed in the sky, and the world fell silent. Everyone looked at the sky in a daze. Thunderclouds covered the sky, and purple lightning swam like dragons and snakes. Zhou Tong stood quietly in the void, as if he had turned into the thunder god who controlled the heavenly tribulation. Opposite him, a half-saint's forehead was pierced through by a spear and nailed to the void. Drops of blood flowed from the wound, and it was a ghastly sight. Zhou Tong, who was like a god of thunder, and the half-step saint formed an intimidating scene. Everyone looked at Zhou Tong in disbelief. He had actually pierced through the barrier of the saint domain so easily and killed a half-saint. It was simply terrifying. Is this true? A king realm expert had actually killed a half-saint? Am I dreaming? How is this possible? A Tao severing realm can actually kill a half-saint? Even the primordial emperor couldn't do this when he was young. What kind of Tao did this overlord sever? Why do I feel that his Tao is too overbearing? He can even withstand the barrier of the Saint Domain? Many people looked at the sky, and they were completely stunned when they saw the miraculous result of the battle. However, some goddesses' eyes were even more brilliant. Many saintesses and princesses who were originally hostile to Zhou Tong looked at Zhou Tong with a different gaze. A man should be so strong, so fierce. What were the past conflicts in front of this unyielding and overbearing attitude? They were just small skirmishes. In particular, many goddesses secretly compared Zhou Tong and Prince Tian. One was masculine, mighty, and overbearing, while the other was feminine, cold, and heartless. These were obviously two extremes. In the sky, Zhou Tong casually slapped the half-saint's body, and it instantly transformed into a ball of blood-red light with a "pu" sound. His body and soul were obliterated, and he was forever erased from the world. Boom! However, at this time, a terrifying saint aura appeared. The sky directly exploded, and the sky cracked inch by inch. A scarlet iron divine hammer emerged from the place where the half-step saint died, and suddenly smashed towards Zhou Tong. Nothing could resist its powerful saint aura. The sudden attack caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Countless people were stunned on the spot. Great sage weapon? Is there someone controlling it in the dark? Zhou Tong was also shocked at first, but he quickly activated the diamond carving and infused it with a strand of great saint power. Using the secret character of Bing, he severed the connection between this great saint weapon and the outside world. He casually grasped this sacred weapon in his hand, inwardly shocked. What a terrifying great sacred weapon! Its material is inferior to my diamond carving, but its power is not inferior in the slightest. If it weren't for the low cultivation of the person controlling this weapon, I'm afraid I would be in trouble. But the aura of this sacred weapon, Undying Taoist? Undying Emperor? The person in the dark is Prince Tian? Zhou Tong quickly felt a familiar aura, which was exactly the same as the Undying Taoist. The one who refined this weapon was either the Undying Taoist or the Undying Emperor himself. The rumor that I have a great saint weapon has long been spread. No wonder a mere half-step saint dares to provoke me. It turns out that he has such a trump card in his hand. Zhou Tong did not think much and directly threw the weapon into the diamond carving to suppress it. The Undying Taoist was a great saint weapon refined by the Undying Emperor. If he did not handle it well, there might be other problems in the future. Perhaps the Emperor's bloodline had a way to summon this weapon. Right now, he was only using the diamond carving to temporarily suppress it. In the future, he would need to arrange some runes to continue suppressing it. Prince Tian, I gave you time to cut the Tao and gave you a chance to have a fair fight with me, but you didn't cherish it at all. You are courting death. Zhou Tong's eyes turned and looked down at Prince Tian. The cold and emotionless eyes were like the will of the heavens. For a moment, Prince Tian's body turned cold. He had only seen such eyes and will in his father. He did not expect to see it in this opponent. The weapon refined by the Undying Emperor was called the Undying Heavenly Blade. The Heavenly Blade's will was the Heavenly Tao. It meant that one could control the changes of the Heavenly Tao. The Undying Heavenly Blade was the will of the Heavenly Tao. The Undying Emperor also had the will of the Heavenly Tao that Zhou Tong comprehended from the Thunder Emperor's law. Therefore, his eyes were similar to Zhou Tong's. At this moment, Prince Tian finally understood why his subordinate did not use the Great Saint weapon at the critical moment. It was because his spiritual will was completely crushed by the will of the Heavenly Tao. Son of God, be careful. At this moment, one of the protectors beside Prince Tian suddenly pushed Prince Tian in a direction not far away. Boom! The moment he pushed, Zhou Tong descended with hundreds of millions of thunderbolts. The protector's spiritual form instantly exploded. The terrifying thunderbolts wreaked havoc on his body, and he turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong turned his head and looked at Prince Tian again. Not good! How dare you attack the Son of God? The saints of the ancient race in the distance were shocked and their bodies moved slightly. However, the moment they moved, a terrifying aura descended and pressed down on their hearts. The anger in the hearts of the ancient race saints was immediately extinguished by cold water. They turned their heads slightly and saw Gai Juyo looking at them. Damn human! The saint-level ancestor kings cursed in their hearts. However, they did not dare to make a move because Gai Juyo had locked onto them. They could feel the killing intent under Gai Juyo's calmness. If they dared to make a move, Gai Juyo would definitely kill them instantly. Not good. Prince Tian's expression changed drastically. His face, which was more beautiful than a woman's, was filled with shock and anger. He was conceited that his identity was the noblest in the world. As the only son of the immortal emperor, who was respected by all races, no one should dare to attack him. Ever since he was born, everything had been smooth sailing. However, since the appearance of the overlord body of the human race, everything had changed. His identity, which had always been successful, had no effect at all. Now, the other party was not afraid of anything and wanted to attack him. At this moment, Prince Tian attacked crazily. Phoenix Divine Fire, Saber Chi, secret techniques. There were endless killer moves and wonderful techniques. The terror of the immortal emperor's bloodline was fully displayed at this moment. The countless killer moves and wonderful techniques were enough to send chills down the spine of many kings. They would definitely not be able to block it. Once they came into contact with it, they would definitely die. However, in the next moment, Zhou Tong exploded. It was just a simple attack. His arm glowed. Without using any technique, he simply used his fingers like a sword and slashed over. Pfft! Suddenly, the divine fire that filled the sky was split apart. The flames that could burn kings were instantly cut apart by the thunderous sword light. The saber chi collapsed, and the dazzling saber chi was also cut apart by the sword light, dispersing in the void, breaking through with force. In the distance, all the saints couldn't help but be moved. They saw Zhou Tong's method. It was the simplest move of the Grand Tao. All kinds of abilities and techniques could be broken through with force. This was a kind of suppression that could only be performed when one's strength and physical body reached a certain level. If such a terrifying crushing force were to be formed, any spell technique would be able to break through it with brute force. 5-colored divine blood spurted out. One of Prince Tian's arms was cut off. Bang! When the arm fell to the ground, it immediately turned into a part of the immortal phoenix's body. It was the wing. 5-colored immortal phoenix feathers appeared and 5-colored divine blood flowed. Clearly, Zhou Tong didn't want to kill Prince Tian at this time, so he only cut off one arm. Ah! Prince Tian roared. The pain was secondary. The main thing was that his pride had been severely damaged. He was burning with anger. He was the son of a god revered by all races. With such a noble status, he was very unwilling to accept this result. Zhou Tong strolled in front of Prince Tian and patted his shoulder. Don't be angry and don't be afraid. I'm different from you. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. I said that I would wait for you to sever your Tao, so I won't kill you now. However, while you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. This time, I'll cut off your arm as a warning to others. With that, Zhou Tong had already taken away Prince Tian's severed wing. His movements were extremely nimble. He collected the 5-colored divine blood and preserved the complete immortal phoenix feather. Then, he stored them together and put them into his bag. I haven't eaten a phoenix before. Just in time to go back and make a pot of honey-glazed grilled wings. Zhou Tong whispered. You! Prince Tian's face was ashen. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. I know that your phoenix race has a strong vitality. It's just a few wings and a few legs. It's easy to recover. Zhou Tong smiled and said, You're welcome to continue sending some reckless things to find trouble with me before the battle. Next time, I'll cut off one of your limbs. Who knows, I might be able to gather an entire phoenix and make a roasted chicken. Ah, no, a roasted phoenix. Not far away, everyone was dumbfounded. The Overlord was indeed worthy of this title. He was truly domineering. He actually treated Prince Tian as prey and called him a chicken. He was simply too daring. Prince Tian was so angry that he almost fainted. Fortunately, an old servant beside him came to support him in time. What a useless piece of trash. I'm starting to regret sending you a letter of challenge. Seeing Prince Tian's performance, Zhou Tong shook his head. This kind of prince who was pampered in the palm of others was simply too weak. Chapter 356. The sun's star was vast, and its temperature was frighteningly high. Golden flames danced, and the endless essence of the sun's fire turned into an ocean. Inside an ancient palace, Zhou Tong was quietly sitting cross-legged here. After the Jade Lake Convention, Zhou Tong returned to the sun's star directly. As he comprehended and deduced the formation patterns left behind by the Sun Saint Emperor, he was also thinking about the combination of the Thunder Emperor technique and the Kuan Peng technique. Before the Jade Lake Convention of 10,000 tribes, the chaotic lightning that Zhou Tong displayed in the battle with Yuan Gu could be a springboard for the combination of the Kuan Peng technique and the Thunder Emperor technique. Zhou Tong sat quietly in the dilapidated Sun Palace, and his hands kept forming seals. The seals of the Kuan Peng technique and the Thunder Emperor technique kept changing from his hands, and they were getting faster and faster. He seemed to have become the incarnation of the great Tao, and lightning and chaotic aura spread around him. Then, the lightning transformed into a chaotic lightning tribulation, and a vast sea of calamity appeared. Then, the sea of calamity changed rapidly. Runes danced in the air, turning into lightning, rocks, and Kuan fish. They moved and undulated in the void, and the laws were fully revealed. Then, chaos appeared, and heaven and earth rumbled. The sound of Tao was endless, as if the sky was being opened. The Kuan Peng formed by lightning seemed to have a spirit. In its eyes, the sun and moon sank, the stars fell, the galaxy collapsed, and heaven and earth were reopened. The chaos was destroyed. It was incomparable. In the end, all kinds of terrifying scenes appeared. The lightning turned into stars and revolved around the Kuan Peng, revolving around it endlessly. There were also scenes of the vicissitudes of life and the passage of time. The runes of the Kuan Peng appeared in the form of lightning. This was the combination of the Kuan Peng technique and the Thunder Emperor technique. Zhou Tong's figure was also constantly changing. Sometimes he turned into a fish, sometimes he turned into a rock, and sometimes he turned into lightning. The Kuan fish, rocks, and lightning kept flowing, and the three seemed to be changing. In the end, Zhou Tong's expression turned solemn. All the seals of the Kuan Peng technique and the Thunder Emperor technique were combined. With a boom, he slapped forward, and the concept that he displayed was completely different. It was no longer just the Kuan Peng art and the Thunder Emperor art. Instead, it was a kind of superposition and fusion. This was the initial combination of the Kuan Peng Tao and the Thunder Emperor Tao. It was also the Tao and Tao that belonged to Zhou Tong when he walked on the path of becoming a combat immortal. Although it could not surpass the Kuan Peng Tao and the Thunder Emperor Tao, it was indeed the most suitable Tao for him. With such an attack, it could be said that it would kill even gods and Buddhas. It hasn't reached perfection yet. Next, I'll have to fight continuously to further perfect this technique. Zhou Tong thought to himself, it can even be combined with the grass symbol sword technique, the true dragon treasured technique, and the immortal phoenix treasured technique, transforming them into techniques and techniques that belong to me. For the current Zhou Tong, it was very easy for him to stack paragon techniques and secret technique. All kinds of heavenly arts from the ancient chaos era had such a function. The heavenly arts that Zhou Tong knew were the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly art and the 9 revolutions heavenly art. But while these heavenly arts were powerful, they were only supreme secret techniques based on the bone text system of the ancient chaos arts. They were not very compatible with Zhou Tong's heaven shrouding art. He needed to use the heaven shrouding art to stack and combine these secret techniques. Even Celestial Emperor Huang had to reorganize the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly art after creating a new technique, and then refine it into his own 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Thus, Zhou Tong needed to use his own method to combine the 10 Bane's treasured arts, or even go one step further and refine them into his own Dao and Dao. At his current level, his Dao would definitely not be able to surpass the treasured arts of the 10 Banes in terms of absolute power. However, this was the most suitable technique for him, and one that he could rely on to prove his Dao in the future. In truth, Vicious Heaven Severing Dao was a bit similar to the heaven art of the heaven shrouding art. However, this heaven art was only a part of the true dragon and immortal phoenix's mysteries. And in the end, she had even refined it, breaking away from the category of a heaven art and turning it into a secret technique that belonged to her alone. This was one of the directions that Zhou Tong was working towards right now. 9-leaf sword grass, true dragon, immortal phoenix, Qilin, Kuan Peng, and Thunder Emperor are all one. These 6 treasured arts should also use this as a foundation to stack and combine them. Let's continue to meditate. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the broken palace on the sun and quietly meditated on the treasured arts of the 10 Banes. The sharpness of the 9-leaf sword grass, the true dragon's flexibility, the immortal phoenix's terrifying vitality, the Qilin's world-suppressing momentum, the Kuan Peng's yin-yang primal chaos force, and the Thunder Emperor's heavenly Dao will of heavenly punishment. The essences of these 6 treasured arts continued to circulate in Zhou Tong's mind. He was trying to understand his own Dao, wanting to refine the mysteries of the 10 Bane's treasured arts into his own. Zhou Tong was completely immersed in his cultivation and comprehension of the Dao. He was intoxicated and had forgotten everything else. Later on, a mass of primordial qi appeared behind him. This ball of origin energy exuded an indescribable aura. It was similar to the true dragon, but also a little like the immortal phoenix, Qilin, Thunder Emperor. Looking at it from different angles, one could see different creatures. In the end, that ball of origin energy gradually evolved into a humanoid creature. His hair was disheveled, and he roared as if he wanted to tear the heavens apart. He was like a mad demon, looking down on the world with disdain, and wanting to kill all his enemies in the world. An unparalleled battle intent surged vigorously. The path of a war immortal was the path with the most violent battle intent. As Zhou Tong continued to meditate, his blood vessels surged, and his battle intent soared. He longed for battle, and wanted to fight fiercely with all his opponents to the end. The path of a war immortal is definitely not obtained by meditating like this. It's obtained through battle. A trace of enlightenment gradually appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. If he wanted to embark on the path of a war immortal, he definitely couldn't simply cultivate like this. He needed countless opponents of equal strength, to temper himself, to constantly transform, and to become stronger as he fought. Through countless battles, one's potential would be stimulated. Through repeated clashes of wills, one's own unparalleled battle intent would be cultivated. Through continuous victories, one's beliefs would be strengthened. This was the true path of a war immortal. I need a true opponent who can completely let go of all restraints, give it my all, and fight without restraint. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. However, he soon sighed and was speechless. Who could be his opponent in the current Big Dipper? Those ancient princes hadn't matured yet. Even if he arranged a battle, he would have to seal a portion of his cultivation level, or even seal it to a level slightly lower than those ancient princes. Only then could he ensure that his cultivation level advantage didn't affect the fairness of the battle. But what if it wasn't those ancient princes? Even if it was a half-sage, what could he do? Sages can fight fiercely, but if I don't enter the divine restriction, I will most likely only be able to deal with those sages who are severely injured and on the verge of death, or those sages like the blue demon race whose Tao heart has been destroyed by the will of the heavenly Tao. When the Lightning Emperor technique was cultivated to an extremely profound level, one could grasp a trace of the will of the heavenly Tao. However, with Zhou Tong's current mastery of the Lightning Emperor technique, the trace of the will of the heavenly Tao that he had comprehended could only deal with a half-sage. It was impossible to destroy a sage's Tao heart unless he relied on the heavenly tribulation and the true will of the heavenly Tao. A half-sage can fight with me, but at least a seventh limit half-sage. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. However, where could he find a seventh limit half-sage in the entire Big Dipper? Those half-sages who had been sealed since ancient times were at most fourth limit or fifth limit half-sages. Moreover, it was still early now. Those ancient races hadn't been born for long, and the true prodigies hadn't cultivated to that level yet. In the entire Big Dipper, there were either sages who could completely suppress him or prodigies who hadn't matured yet. Now, Zhou Tong looked around the entire Big Dipper, but he couldn't find a single opponent who could fight fiercely with him. An opponent isn't a problem. I'll just continue to cause trouble. At most, I'll just have to face a sage. Zhou Tong quickly thought of a few opponents. His battle intent surged. He carved the chessboard array patterns and instantly left the Sun Star. Chapter 357. Eastern Wilderness, Northern Region, Green Ox Ridge. Dong! The sound of a bell reverberated through the air. Zhou Tong summoned a silver bell, which shook heaven and earth. The entire mountain shook, and dazzling light shot into the sky. This was the no-beginning bell that he had imitated a long time ago. Now, he could use it again. However, the bell only rang once before it quickly disappeared. However, not long after, many cultivators arrived at Green Ox Ridge. They were all from the various major forces. The sound of the no-beginning bell suddenly appeared here, and the various major forces had no choice but to come and investigate. Zhou Tong immediately changed his identity and spread a rumor among the group of people. He claimed that the no-beginning Heavenly Emperor had left behind an inheritance here, and that there was a small world here. Once this rumor spread, it instantly spread through the entire eastern wilderness. On the same day, Zhou Tong saw a large black dog appear in Green Ox Ridge suspiciously. Just as the large black dog was feeling suspicious, Zhou Tong calmly appeared in front of him. D***MN dog, I've finally found you. Woof. F***CK, it's you again, you bastard. The large black dog immediately exploded and cursed loudly. Don't curse, I've called you here for good news. Zhou Tong said calmly. Woof. You bastard, you use the name of the Heavenly Emperor to cause trouble outside every day, and I haven't caused you any trouble yet. Last time, after leaving the Jade Lake, you deliberately set up a maze to get rid of me, and now you want me to work for you? The large black dog's expression was unfriendly and disdainful. Zhou Tong didn't mind and said with a smile, D***MN dog, you know where the human world and the infernal realm are, right? I don't know. The large black dog was very decisive and refused. Is that so? I originally wanted to give you a big gift, sigh. Zhou Tong sighed, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. At the same time, a golden branch appeared in his hand, exuding rich sun saint power. The rich sun saint power even formed the sun flame essence and burned there. This is the Fusang divine tree? The large black dog's eyes instantly lit up, and he could no longer shift his gaze away. The corners of his eyes were about to crack, and he instinctively pounced over. Damn it, you damn dog, you drenched my clothes. Zhou Tong kicked it. At this moment, the large black dog's saliva was flowing down like a small river. A pair of large paws hugged that golden branch and he shouted, "Mine! Mine! It's mine! Damn it, damn dog, let go of me!" Zhou Tong gave another slap and finally managed to get the black dog off his body. However, the large black dog's eyes were still shining brightly, and he stared intently at the Fusang divine branch in Zhou Tong's hand. His bald tail wagged left and right, and he looked completely like a dog waiting for its owner to feed it. "Find a small world in the mortal world or hell, and I'll give it to you," Zhou Tong said indifferently. "Give me the Fusang divine branch first, and I'll definitely find it for you." The large black dog's eyes darted around, and he instantly changed his attitude. He patted his chest and told Zhou Tong that as long as he gave him the Fusang divine branch first, he would definitely be able to find an important place in the mortal world or hell. "Isn't giving it to you now the same as giving it to a dog?" Zhou Tong said in disdain. "Woof, what are you talking about?" The large black dog was displeased. "I'll give you a third as a deposit first, and I'll give you the rest after I find the place." Zhou Tong thought for a moment, and then broke off a third of the Fusang divine branch and tossed it to the large black dog. The large black dog quickly put away this small section of the Fusang divine branch. Then, he fell silent. "Let me think about it carefully. It's been too long, and those are some obscure places. I wasn't very clear about them back then, and now I've almost completely forgotten about them." The large black dog scratched his head and started to think. Soon, the large black dog thought of some ideas, and he led Zhou Tong around the north region. "Brat, do you have a grudge with the two assassin divine dynasties in the mortal world and hell?" the large black dog secretly asked as he searched for information about Zhou Tong. "You talk too much nonsense, just focus on your task." Zhou Tong rolled his eyes, and didn't want to say anything more. "I dare to bet that you won't be able to find a wife in the future with how cold you are." The large black dog bared his teeth, and there was a sinister expression on his face. "Heh! What does a bald dog like you know about us humans?" Zhou Tong cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "If you spout any more nonsense, I'll feed you something good and toss you into a group of female dogs." Woof! The large black dog bristled, and a commotion instantly broke out. In the end, the large black dog became obedient, and continued to search for the mortal world and hell according to his ancient memories. Zhou Tong also followed him to many places, but didn't find any clues. After hundreds of thousands of years, many old places had already changed greatly. Moreover, he didn't have a very clear understanding of the two assassin divine dynasties in the mortal world and hell, and had only heard a few words. Dog, if you can't find an important place in the mortal world or hell, then return that Fusang divine branch to me. Seeing the large black dog search for so long, Zhou Tong was getting a little impatient. He suspected that this dog wanted to use this matter to manipulate him, and ask for more benefits. "Woof! I've accompanied you for so long, and this is what I deserve," the large black dog retorted. "Hurry up and search. Do you still want the remaining Fusang divine branch, or not?" Zhou Tong glared at him. Then, he took out the Fusang divine branch and waved it in front of him, causing his dog's eyes to shine. Zhou Tong quickly took back the Fusang divine branch. The large black dog humphed a few times, and was filled with enthusiasm again, and continued to search according to some places in his memories. Half a month later, the large black dog brought Zhou Tong to the western part of the northern region of the eastern wasteland. He remembered that some things had happened here in the past, and it was very likely that it was related to the Hell Divine dynasty. The man and the dog walked into this ancient mountain range. There was absolutely no life here, and not even a blade of grass grew. They didn't find anything. However, Right at this moment, a ray of light flashed between Zhou Tong's brows. He had sensed something in the unseen world, and he knew that after searching for these days, he was finally about to find a destination. Found it! At the same time, the large black dog at the side shouted excitedly, and pointed at a mark that was almost worn away by time, saying that this was a dark mark of hell. They must be in this mountain range. Be careful, don't be discovered by them, and search slowly. Having finally found some clues, the large black dog was naturally extremely cautious. After a full dozen days, the man and the dog hid in the dark, and only when they saw a black-robed man disappear on a cliff did they rush out and pounce in that direction. Yes, I understand now. There's a small world here, and it was opened up by ancient sages. It's an extremely important secret land of hell, the large black dog said. In the infernal realm, there was a supreme, ancient palace, which was the foundation of the infernal realm. There were also the 18 levels of hell, which were the 18 main branches of the infernal realm. The 18 levels of hell were all extremely important, and they were all small worlds from ancient times. They were independent from the world, and were almost impossible to find. They were extremely mysterious, and were all important places. Chapter 358. I've found the place you want. Hurry up and give me the Fusang Divine Branch, the large black dog demanded. Zhou Tong glanced at the large black dog. He casually grabbed, and a golden scepter instantly appeared in his hand. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me confirm it and kill them first. This golden scepter exuded wisps of killing intent, causing the entire void to freeze. It was as if this was hell. To possess such killing intent, there was no doubt that the scepter in Zhou Tong's hand was the supreme scepter of the Assassin Divine Dynasty's heavenly court. Brat, what's that? Could it be the legendary supreme scepter of the heavenly court? You're a surviving member of the heavenly court? Are you an assassin of the heavenly court? The large black dog's expression changed, and he looked at Zhou Tong warily. He didn't expect this person to take out the heavenly court's assassin scepter. The heavenly court was an extremely resplendent name. In history, the nameless celestial emperor had once established the heavenly court. After that, Heavenly Emperor Huang had established the heavenly court. After that, Heavenly Emperor Huang had established the heavenly court. However, after a long period of time, the name of the heavenly court had been stolen by an assassin divine dynasty. In the end, they had even established their own divine dynasty. That was the so-called assassin divine dynasty. In the past, the most powerful assassin divine dynasty had been the heavenly court. The large black dog was extremely vigilant. If it had been anyone else, they would have been extremely frightened by the heavenly court's assassins. Now everything made sense. This person was definitely a member of the heavenly court. It was rumored that the destruction of the heavenly court was related to the world of men and hell, the two assassin divine dynasties. Since this person had painstakingly planned to find these two assassin divine dynasties, he was definitely a surviving member of the heavenly court. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Wait for me to destroy them first. Zhou Tong smiled faintly. Then, he threw out a few formation platforms to guard the outside world, sealing off the entire small world. Then, he stepped on the Direction Secret character and instantly rushed into the small world. Direction Secret character. He really is the successor of the heavenly court. The large black dog instantly recognized Zhou Tong's movement technique, and once again confirmed Zhou Tong's identity as the successor of the heavenly court. Meanwhile, in the small world, who's there? As Zhou Tong entered the small world, an assassin with murderous aura sitting on a throne in the small world shouted sternly. Zhou Tong glanced at him. Without another word, he channeled his divine power into the heavenly scepter in his hand. Boom! In an instant, boundless killing intent swept out in all directions. It was as if they'd arrived at the time of the creation of the world, when all living things were born. Various types of immortal killing intent swept through the heavens and earth. This was a terrifying change. Countless assassins in the minor world exploded. Even the master of the minor world, a grand completion assassin king, vomited blood. His body was covered with wounds and was on the verge of shattering. Although the Heavenly Court's killer scepter had been sealed and could only be activated according to the user's strength, it still possessed an extremely terrifying murderous aura. Moreover, with Zhou Tong's current battle prowess, activating this scepter would completely crush everyone present. Apart from the realm master of the minor world, a grand completion king-level assassin, no one else could resist. Miserable screams rang out, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of people were turned into a bloody paste, minced into pieces by the murderous aura. Countless assassins wanted to escape, but they couldn't. This was because Zhou Tong had already set up formation patterns beforehand, and had long sealed off the entire minor world. No one could escape from this minor world. Zhou Tong activated the Heavenly Court's supreme scepter, and instantly, countless Tao patterns appeared. Brilliant brilliance cut through the sky, and killing intent swept out. Flowers of blood bloomed, and this place turned into an azure field. It was as if Zhou Tong had turned into a god of death. The Heavenly Court's supreme scepter continuously shot out killing intent. Mountains collapsed, the sky shattered, and people died. Every killing intent had extremely strong destructive power, and as it flew out, a group of powerful enemies would be turned into ashes. That's the supreme scepter of the Heavenly Court. This king of assassins stabilized the injuries on his body and looked at the scepter in Zhou Tong's hand. His pupils shrank, and he revealed an expression of shock. He thought of those terrifying years. How did you obtain it? This king of assassins asked with a trembling voice. The destruction of the Heavenly Court back then was closely related to them. Why don't you make a guess? Zhou Tong revealed a strange smile, and his figure instantly turned illusory. The destructive power of the Heavenly Court's scepter shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The boundless killing intent was vast and mighty, surging like the sea. Everywhere it passed, the assassins in the minor world would be turned into a bloody paste. With the scepter in his hand, Zhou Tong was like a light shadow that was between illusory and corporeal. In an instant, a large group of assassins was annihilated. That's the Heavenly Court's killing scripture. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Court would still have a remnant like you. The king of assassins' face twitched, but soon after, he revealed an expression of intense anger. Cleave the firmament. The king of hell's divine court roared. He waved his sword, and a blood-colored holy sword appeared from his palm and slashed towards Zhou Tong. This sword was incomparably tragic. The sword light seemed to have been dyed red by blood. There was even a whining sound, as if countless people were wailing. The world was collapsing, and this small world was about to completely collapse. The sword light turned into a blood-red color, dyeing the entire world red. A foul wind and a rain of blood filled the air. A damaged holy sword. I didn't expect hell to have such a rich family. However, from today onwards, hell will completely lose a layer. This is the first debt that I will collect for my Heavenly Court. Zhou Tong's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. Under the contrast of the killing intent of the Heavenly Court's scepter, it seemed especially sinister. Kill. Zhou Tong didn't show any mercy. He activated the Heavenly Court's supreme scepter and faced the killing sword. A golden scepter soared into the sky, representing the will of heaven and earth. Billowing killing intent surged like a tsunami, causing the heavens to tremble. Boom! The scepter and the holy sword collided. Instantly, boundless killing intent erupted like an ocean, and streaks of killing intent soared into the sky. The entire minor world was completely sealed. Only the killing intent was left, and it was like the chaos, pouring down on the entire minor world. that Hell's assassin couldn't withstand such terrifying killing intent at all. His entire body instantly collapsed under the killing intent. What a ruthless brat. This stronghold of Hell is probably going to become history. Outside the minor world, the large black dog felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the terrifying killing intent and the entire sealed minor world. This was really too ruthless. The entire minor world was about to be completely destroyed. Under the terrifying murderous aura, it could see from the outside that this small world was penetrated by the murderous aura. It was adjacent to the outside world, and everything could be seen. The endless murderous aura turned into an ocean that surged inside the small world. This was practically the most tragic scene in the human world. This minor world had stood here for countless years, and it was already on the verge of collapse. Now that it was affected by such a great battle, countless loopholes instantly appeared. From those loopholes one could see all kinds of tragic scenes. Large swathes of human figures were turned into bloody paste, and innumerable palaces were reduced to ruins. This was an important place in Hell, and there were as many elites as there were clouds. However, now that a killing god like Zhou Tong had killed his way in, and the minor world outside was sealed by formation patterns, there was nowhere to escape. The entire minor world was incomparably tragic. In the end, Zhou Tong used the scepter of the heavenly court to flatten this place in a single battle, destroying the entire minor world. Only a vast expanse of ruins and bloody paste were left behind. On this day, the eastern wilderness was shaken. A secret place in Hell had been destroyed, and from then on, there was one less level of Hell. After that, even more shocking news spread. Many holy lands sent people to investigate, and they instantly discovered a shocking fact. As it turned out, the one who destroyed this secret place in Hell was actually the heavenly court that had long disappeared in history. After that, Zhou Tong even used various methods to announce that this was the heavenly court's revenge on the human world and Hell. Instantly, the entire Big Dipper once again recalled the terrifying years when it was dominated by the heavenly court. Chapter 359. It hadn't been long since the convention of the myriad races, and the ancient saints had all gone into hibernation, ushering in a period of relative peace. However, at this time, the sudden appearance of the heavenly court and the declaration of war against the mortal world and Hell had undoubtedly ignited the attention of the entire world. The 13th level of Hell has been breached, and the one who attacked was a supreme king. He held the heavenly court's scepter and turned all the assassins of Hell into a bloody pulp. Even the small world opened by the ancient saints collapsed. Terrifying, such a terrifying successor actually appeared in the heavenly court. Back then, when the various holy lands swept through, they actually left behind the remnants of the heavenly court. Detestable. He holds a supreme scepter and has such terrifying killing intent. He's definitely the successor of the heavenly court. The strongest assassin divine dynasty, the heavenly court, has returned. In the outside world, everyone was discussing spiritedly. The reappearance of the heavenly court had undoubtedly caused the entire world to discuss this matter. There was no other reason. The prestige of the heavenly court's assassin divine dynasty was too terrifying, to the extent that it could stop children from crying. If such a king of assassins is left unchecked, all the holy lands and clans won't have peace in the future. Now that there are no saints in the world who can compete with him. During this period of time, the entire world was not peaceful. All the major clans and holy lands were on high alert to prevent the appearance of the assassin divine dynasty. Especially those holy lands and clans that had participated in the destruction of the heavenly court, they were even more anxious, fearing that the king of assassins of the heavenly court would come to find them. However, at the same time, many people were also rejoicing that this king of assassins of the heavenly court had first come to the mortal world and Hell. With these two assassin divine dynasties in front of them, they could also be much more at ease. The ancient assassin divine dynasty has never been destroyed. Even in the most severe period of history, when the Holy Lands joined forces, they still survive. In that battle in the past, heaven and earth had collapsed, blood had flowed into rivers, ghosts had cried and gods had howled, corpses had piled up into mountains, and the heavenly court had turned into ashes. Hell and the mortal world had retreated, but it had not been severed. Now that the heavenly court had returned, the first thing they would do was to settle scores with the mortal world and hell. This made many people feel at ease. The heavenly court, the infernal hell, and the mortal world, three assassin divine dynasties. Humph, dogs biting dogs. Many people cursed in their hearts. The various places were noisy, but Zhou Tong and the large black dog were quite calm. They were hiding not far from the small world that was destroyed in hell, quietly observing all the spies. Brat, you're really evil. I thought you were a descendant of the heavenly court. Who would have thought that you were actually their enemy? The large black dog glanced at Zhou Tong with a speechless expression. Previously, when he had seen Zhou Tong pull out the heavenly court's scepter and use the heavenly court's spell techniques, the large black dog had really thought that Zhou Tong was the successor of the heavenly court and had come here to cause trouble for the infernal realm. In the end, Zhou Tong actually confessed that he only wanted to use the heavenly court's name to do things and lure out the real heavenly court. They're not enemies, but I need their help with something. But I can't find where they are, so I can only think of a way to fish. Zhou Tong said leisurely. I know. Brat, you want to completely destroy the human world and the infernal realm, right? The large black dog's mind worked very quickly, and he immediately guessed what Zhou Tong wanted to do. Although the outside world had never heard of the human world and the infernal realm attacking Zhou Tong, the fact that he had provoked all the forces in the Big Dipper meant that countless holy lands and aristocratic families had sent assassins to the assassin divine dynasty to kill him. Needless to say, the assassin divine dynasty would have tried to kill him countless times without anyone knowing. Everything they were doing now was obviously to take revenge on the assassin divine dynasty. However, the assassin divine dynasty was extremely secretive, and the great purge of the past hadn't been able to find the headquarters of the human world and the infernal realm. Therefore, they needed to borrow the power of their enemy, the heavenly court. It's not that I want to criticize you, but even if you can kill a half-saint, the assassin divine dynasty has a real killing saint. You definitely can't destroy the assassin divine dynasty. The large black dog glanced at Zhou Tong and said disdainfully, moreover, the heavenly court has most likely already disappeared. Brat, it's impossible for you to fish out the people of the heavenly court. How do you know if you don't try? Zhou Tong said softly. The large black dog was just about to speak, but Zhou Tong suddenly stretched out a hand to stop him. His expression was grave as he looked at a figure. The large black dog was stunned. Then, he also looked at the figure that Zhou Tong was looking at, and his heart suddenly trembled. That was an extremely terrifying old man. He was at least a king tier at the great accomplishment stage, or even a half-saint. He was leaning on a walking stick. One of his eyes was very turbid, and the other was a black hole. It was as if it were connected to a black hole in the universe. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, at this cultivation level, even if there was any congenital deficiency in the body, it could be repaired. As long as it wasn't a Tao injury, it could be healed. This blind eye seemed to contain a terrifying Tao law, and it even seemed to contain a Tao tool. This figure stared at the small world that had been destroyed in the infernal realm for a long time. In particular, a wisp of pitch-black light shot out of the pitch-black eye socket. It was breathtaking. But then, this person's expression became somewhat excited, and he murmured, "There's no mistake. This is the great killing technique of the heavenly court, the supreme scepter of the heavenly court. The heavens took pity and didn't cut off the inheritance of the heavenly court. Finally, someone has continued it. There's finally hope of avenging the great hatred of our ancestors. As expected, it's a surviving member of the heavenly court. He actually really came. The large black dog's heart trembled when he heard this. Even he had thought that there were no more successors of the heavenly court. He hadn't thought that they would really appear so quickly. This guy is probably a half-saint. Moreover, he's most likely a half-saint of the present age. Are you really confident that you can defeat him? There was a hint of doubt in the large black dog's eyes as he looked at Zhou Tong. In the current cultivation environment of the Big Dipper, those who could cultivate to the half-saint tier had battle prowess of at least 6th limit, 7th limit, and the more powerful ones even had 8th limit. This kind of half-saint wasn't comparable to the half-saint that Zhou Tong had easily killed before. I just happened to need this kind of half-saint to practice on. Zhou Tong smiled faintly. He had already recognized this person. This person was Qi Luo of the Heavenly Court, and was also the person in the present age who was the closest to killing saints. Woof, didn't we agree to find the whereabouts of the infernal realm and the human realm from him? The large black dog questioned. Let's fight first and talk later. Zhou Tong had already charged out as he spoke. Who's there? Zhou Tong's actions immediately alarmed Qi Luo of the Heavenly Court. He roared, shaking the void to the point that it was about to collapse. Countless Tao patterns spread out from the ripples of his voice. Your reaction is fast, but it's useless. Zhou Tong used the movement secret art, and was so fast that time seemed to stop. He passed through the void, and the Tao patterns in the void were completely unable to stop Zhou Tong's footstep. He quickly closed in. Movement secret art. Qi Luo's expression was severe. However, at this instant, boundless Tao patterns spread out from Zhou Tong's feet and instantly intertwined with Qi Luo. Whoosh! The two people transformed into two streaks of light and disappeared from the battlefield in a flash. Zhou Tong used the movement secret art to the extreme. Not only did he reach a kind of extreme speed, but even Qi Luo was swept away by the Tao patterns that Zhou Tong used the movement secret art. He transformed into a streak of light and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 360. Not good. Qi Luo reacted in an instant, but it was too late. By the time he regained his wits, Zhou Tong had already brought him more than 5,000 kilometers away. It was at this time that Zhou Tong made his move. He shattered the vacuum with a single punch. Purple lightning intertwined as he brazenly attacked Qi Luo like a primordial beast released from its cage or a reborn war god. Roar! Qi Luo roared. A dark universe seemed to be evolving in his pitch-black eye socket. He spat out a stream of origin essence that transformed into a divine soul and charged forward to stop Zhou Tong's movements. Boom! With a loud boom, the punch of the Lightning Emperor's art shattered Qi Luo's divine soul as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The remaining force of the punch sent Qi Luo flying backward. Wisps of blood sprinkled down as Qi Luo quickly merged into the void. It really is the Heavenly Court's method. Countless light projections appeared in Zhou Tong's eyes as if the universe was being opened. His eyes were even more resplendent than the sun. A resplendent beam of light swept across the void as the heavenly eye of martial Tao forced Qi Luo out of the void once more. Who the hell are you? Qi Luo exclaimed. The opponent's method was clearly aimed at the Heavenly Court's killing art. His illusionary divine art was instantly broken by the opponent's gaze. Could it be that the Heavenly Court's old foe had thoroughly researched all of its great arts and was now setting up a trap to lure him in? Many thoughts flashed through Qi Luo's mind. He suspected that this was a joint scheme between the mortal world and hell. Only assassins like them would have such a deep understanding of assassins' methods, and even specialize in researching ways to counter the heavenly court's divine art. Hell's small world was clearly nearing its end. Even if it hadn't experienced such a great battle, it definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on for more than 1,000 years. Perhaps they were prepared to sacrifice such a small world and take the opportunity to lure out the heavenly court's hidden forces? Fight! Zhou Tong did not care about Qi Luo's guesses. His fighting spirit soared. Zhou Tong had accumulated far too much battle intent since comprehending the path of the war immortal on the Sun Star. He needed a battle like this to completely vent it. Good. Qi Luo saw that Zhou Tong didn't say anything, but instead his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. He was so angry that he laughed. Just in time to catch you and see who you are. Qi Luo roared furiously, unleashing all sorts of techniques. His murderous aura engulfed the mountains and rivers, cutting down the vegetation. This time, Qi Luo had used his Saint Tao law. This was the law he had comprehended as a half-saint. It was this Saint Tao law that allowed half-saints to surpass great success kings. Haha, come at me, let's fight! Zhou Tong activated the vicious 10 treasured technique, meeting Qi Luo's Saint Tao law head-on. Boom! Heaven and earth boiled and the void exploded. Qi Luo was far from being comparable to the half-saint Zhou Tong had killed last time. His Saint Tao law was actually able to resist Zhou Tong's attack. However, Qi Luo's face turned gloomy after this attack. This king in front of him was a little too terrifying. He could even meet his Saint Tao law head-on. A black light appeared in his pitch-black eye sockets, and then the entire void dimmed. The heavenly court's heavenly eye, the heavenly wheel eye. Zhou Tong had read the heavenly court's killing scripture, and already knew all of Qi Luo's technique. At this moment, a cold light was emitted in the darkness. A bone-piercing killing intent spread out, causing the void to become eerie. Streaks of Saint Tao law turned into lightning, illuminating the dark void. At the same time, Zhou Tong's eyes flowed with an extremely terrifying power. It was like a large millstone that could crush people. The light beam of the martial Tao heavenly eye could destroy all things. Bang! Clang! Boom! All of Qi Luo's attacks were destroyed by the martial Tao heavenly eye. The martial Tao heavenly eye passed down by ancient Chaos Great Emperor was known as the strongest heavenly eye. It was far from being comparable to the heavenly court's heavenly wheel eye. Boom! The darkness was broken apart. Zhou Tong immediately used the Kuan Peng Law and Thunder Emperor Law's primal chaos lightning. Every attack could destroy heaven and earth and pierce through the void. He seemed to have transformed into the strongest primal chaos lightning tribulation, attacking to his heart's content. Qi Luo was awe-inspiring. He was also enraged. He fully displayed his Saint Tao law, and his body was connected with the great Tao. Every attack seemed to merge into the void. It was incomparably strange. Boom! Earth-shattering sounds continued to explode. If anyone was watching the battle, they would definitely cover their ears. This was simply a faintly discernible phantom resisting the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. It emitted a glaring light, and the sound split the sky. Bang! Finally, after exchanging hundreds of blows, Qi Luo was suddenly bombarded by Zhou Tong's lightning. His entire body flew hundreds of feet away. He borrowed the force and sank into the void, wanting to use a secret technique to disappear. However, Zhou Tong was extremely familiar with the heavenly court's laws. The primal chaos lightning blasted out and instantly shattered the universe. The cold and merciless aura like the will of the heavens covered the sky and earth, shaking Qi Luo out of the void. Kill! Qi Luo's voice shook the world. It was as if a river of stars had slammed onto the earth, causing endless waves. It was deafening. Qi Luo's combat strength was much stronger than the previous half-saint he killed. He was at least 6th limit or even 7th limit. In addition, he was 1.5 realms higher than Zhou Tong, as well as the Saint barrier that came from the heaven-shrouding technique cultivation system. He could definitely fight fiercely with Zhou Tong. Fight! Zhou Tong's blood boiled. The more he fought, the more excited he became. The surging battle intent in his heart couldn't help but rise to the highest point in an instant. His battle cry pierced the 9 heavens. The usage of the Kuan Pung technique and the Lightning Emperor technique was also gradually at his will. The things he comprehended in seclusion on the Sun Star were gradually progressing in a direction he had never thought of before. Becoming stronger in battle, transforming in battle, and comprehending the Tao in battle. This was the true path of a combat immortal. Fight, fight, fight. As the battle raged, Zhou Tong's strength became more and more terrifying. The spells he used also became more and more profound. Half-Saint Qi Luo gradually found it difficult to hold on. His body had already been split open by Zhou Tong's violent combat strength. His terrifying assassination secret techniques were also forcefully broken by Zhou Tong. Roar! Zhou Tong let out a final roar. The primal chaos lightning transformed into a divine sword that swept across the heavens and earth. In the end, it actually split open Qi Luo's Saint Tao laws. Half-Saint Qi Luo was sent flying. His whole body was covered in cracks, and blood spurted from his mouth. It was difficult for him to resist. He was incomparably terrified. The other party's combat strength was really too vast. Even as a half-saint, he was unable to resist. Qi Luo fell to the ground. Looking at Zhou Tong, who was approaching him step by step, his eyes revealed a trace of despair. "Who the hell are you?" At this time, Zhou Tong had more or less vented the battle intent he had accumulated during this period of time. He walked towards Qi Luo with a smile and said, "Senior, don't worry. I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to test Senior's combat strength." Chapter 361. What? You're testing my strength? Qi Luo's lungs were about to explode when he heard Zhou Tong's words. He thought he had fallen into a trap and was about to lose his life here, but the other party was telling him that this was actually a test. Zhou Tong looked at Qi Luo and said leisurely, "I know you don't believe me, but that's fine. I just need the locations of some bases in the mortal world and hell. I'm sure you know." Qi Luo was about to speak when Zhou Tong took out the Heavenly Court's scepter and said, "I have nothing to do with your Heavenly Court, but the mortal world and hell are our common enemies. In the future, when the 2 assassin dynasties are destroyed, I can return this scepter to you." The moment the scepter appeared, Qi Luo's eyes became moist and he looked rather excited. After countless years, he finally saw the legendary scepter of the Heavenly Court again. After a long time, Qi Luo calmed down and looked at Zhou Tong again. He sized him up and said, "Now I know who you are. You should be Overlord Zhou Tong." "That's right, it's me." Zhou Tong removed his disguise and said directly, "Since it's you, it's not like I can't tell you some bases in hell and the mortal world," Qi Luo said. According to the information he knew, the mortal world and hell had been searching for Zhou Tong all this time. They had even dispatched several assassins a dozen years ago, and even kings had been dispatched, but they still hadn't succeeded. After confirming Zhou Tong's identity, he also confirmed that Zhou Tong did indeed have a blood feud with the mortal world and hell. The third peak of the New Forest Peak, 3,000 miles east of Ziluo City in the central region of the Eastern Wilderness. The Tianluo sect, 800 miles south of the holy city of the northern region in the desert. Qi Luo muttered to himself for a while, and then reported a series of names. These were the locations of bases in hell and the mortal world. Qi Luo reported a total of 176 names. These names were the bases of the mortal world and hell. Some of these places were small bases where they cultivated assassins, while others were bases where they took on assassination missions from the outside world. Zhou Tong calmed down and thought for a while. He roughly thought of every place and then looked at Zyro. The forces of the mortal world and hell are indeed huge. But these things are not what I want. I don't believe that you don't know where the small worlds of the human world and hell are. Zhou Tong asked in a deep voice. My heavenly court has been gone for many years, and the mortal world and hell were hidden very well. No one knew where they were back then. It's already my limit to know more than 100 places. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Qi Luo was also very straightforward. Zhou Tong took a deep look at Zyro and said, I believe you must know a few small worlds. Just kill me, I really don't know. Qi Luo still looked like a hoodlum. Zhou Tong stared at him for a long time and finally said, Forget it, I don't want to continue forcing you. 176 is more or less enough. With that, Zhou Tong was too lazy to continue arguing with Qi Luo. He took a deep look at Qi Luo and then turned to leave. Only then did Qi Luo let out a sigh of relief. So it's this wretched guy who obtained my heavenly court's inheritance. No wonder the mortal world and hell kept failing on him. However, the coordinates of those small worlds. Let's see if you really want to get rid of the mortal world and hell. The heavenly court had concealed their identity for who knows how many years, so he didn't dare to gamble. Even if Zhou Tong clearly had a grudge against the Killer Dynasty and had ample reasons to act, he still didn't dare to gamble with the last remaining thing of the heavenly court. Qi Luo only used these 176 locations as a test for Zhou Tong. It was also a proof of allegiance. Qi Luo recovered a bit of his divine power and quickly left. Meanwhile, on the other side, within an ancient mausoleum, Zhou Tong walked underground by himself and directly unleashed a massacre, completely overturning this secret place in the mortal world. During this period, Zhou Tong continuously used all kinds of imaginary techniques, directly turning this base of the mortal world into a sea of blood. Before going to the Ziwei segmentum, Zhou Tong was repeatedly ambushed by the mortal world and hell. He had long been angry in his heart, and now was the time to vent it. Zhou Tong didn't show any mercy. He killed all the way from the northern region to the southern region. Along the way, blood flowed like a river. More than 10,000 assassins had died in his hand. The Killer Dynasty suffered heavy losses, and many secret places were wiped out. While cleaning up the bases of the Killer Dynasty, Zhou Tong also used many secret techniques that he had imagined, such as the myriad watermark that he had imagined in the Ziwei segmentum, the various superposition and fusion methods of the 10 ferocious 10 treasured techniques, and the cooperation and fusion of some great emperor's secret techniques. Along the way, Zhou Tong had completely transformed into the Grim Reaper. From the north to the south, the entire eastern wilderness was in chaos. It should be known that these Killer Dynasty not only hid, but also put on a righteous disguise. In front of outsiders, they were righteous sects and families. But today, all of their disguises were torn apart. Zhou Tong came to find them and mercilessly wiped them out. Zhou Tong walked all the way like a hot knife through butter. Everywhere he went, blood and corpses were piled up and no one survived. This kid is really ruthless. He killed all the way. He has the demeanor of the heavenly court's divine son. After hearing this news, Half-Saint Qi Luo's heart flashed with a hint of joy. There was no doubt that he must have a blood feud with the mortal world and hell. This kind of loss was not something that the mortal world and hell could bear. It was impossible that they had set up a trap to lure out the heavenly court. Next, I'll wait for him to find the coordinates of the mortal world and hell. Qi Luo was in a good mood. He was calm and unruffled, waiting for Zhou Tong to come to him. As long as Zhou Tong came to him, he could, to a certain extent, use these coordinates to control him. The mortal world was bustling with life, accompanied by sorrow and joy, and could not be free. This was the name of the Killer Dynasty, but it also represented a kind of artistic conception. Once entangled with them, this life was equivalent to coming to an end. This ancient palace was said to be able to measure 90,000 feet of the mortal world. It was once glorious and looked down on the world. It was an immortal ancient palace built with the skulls of kings. In these 2 days, countless disciples of the mortal world died. This was a big blow, and it made them unable to restrain their anger. On the other side, angry roars came from the Palace of Bones in Hell. In the face of Zhou Tong's killing move, Hell also suffered heavy losses. 176 encampments, within 3 days, were wiped clean by Zhou Tong. After wiping out these encampments, Zhou Tong also found a secluded place. Those people of the Killer Dynasty are really cautious. I've searched the souls of the leaders of these 176 places, but no one knows where their small worlds are. Zhou Tong took a deep breath. These people of the Killer Dynasty were not in contact with each other. Only the higher-ups knew about the subordinates, but the subordinates knew nothing about their superiors. They didn't even know whether their superiors were human or ghost. It's really secretive, but there is still a way to find it. Zhou Tong snorted in his heart, and then immediately used a divine art, spinning silk from a cocoon. This was an incomparably heaven-defying divine art created by the divine emperor. It could follow a kind of karma in the dark to find what one needed. The divine emperor believed that karma was like a thread, and the key point of this divine art was to sort out the messy karma threads and find what one needed. Previously, when Zhou Tong destroyed a small world of hell, he had used this divine art in an attempt to find the other small worlds or headquarters of hell. But after all, he was not a member of the celestial silkworm clan, so the power of this divine art was limited. He could not find the correct karma thread from the messy karma thread. But now, after destroying 176 bases, he had enough capital to spin silk from a cocoon and find the correct location that pointed to the human world and hell. In Zhou Tong's view, this divine art was actually similar to logical deduction. The more conditions given, the easier it was to deduce the correct thing. Before, there was only one condition, but now there were 176 more conditions, so it was much easier to deduce the final answer. Zhou Tong spent 3 days to deduce and compare all the clues using the spinning silk from a cocoon. Finally, he deduced the coordinates of several small worlds of the human world and hell. Qi Luo, do you think you can control me by not telling me the coordinates of the human world and hell? Do you think I can go to your door and beg you? Dream on. You can't imagine how many divine arts I know. Even if all the Holy Lands, royal families in the entire Big Dipper combined, they can't imagine my foundation. The 176 addresses you gave me have long contained the information of the human world and hell. Zhou Tong chuckled. In terms of divine arts, Zhou Tong was the strongest. Even among the great emperors of the past, no one could surpass him. The various divine arts he knew could allow him to deal with all kinds of difficult situations. It could be said that Zhou Tong was the most all-round cultivator in this world who did not have a single flaw. Some small worlds of the human world and hell have been exposed, so I'm not in a hurry to make a move. Next, I'll return to the Sun Star to rest for a while, and then prepare some materials before going to the human world and hell. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then opened the array pattern and returned to the Sun Palace. For Zhou Tong, many small worlds of the human world and hell had been exposed, so he was not in a hurry to make a move, because the coordinates of the small worlds could not be moved casually. Since the opponent was already under his control, there was no need to make a move so quickly and alert the enemy. Instead, he could keep these small worlds. When he comprehended something new and wanted to test a new move, he could use these small worlds. And most importantly, the defensive power of the human world and hell was really terrifying. Not only were there killing saints guarding them, but there were also saint kings. Moreover, they had left a large number of great sage formations there. Under such defensive power, if he attacked, Zhou Tong was afraid that he would waste a chance to use the Great Emperor formation chart. On the contrary, if he took it slow, it would make the two assassin divine dynasties more confused. Chapter 362. On the Sun Star. Zhou Tong followed the instructions given by the Sun Saint Emperor and started to repair the Sun Palace. The Sun God Temple floating on the Sun Star was the focal point of the formation. In order to repair the ruins and palaces of the Sun Palace, Zhou Tong had already used up many of the materials he had obtained over the years. Especially during this period of time, the countless materials he had obtained from the 176 garrisons in the human world and hell had almost been used up. Repairing the Sun Palace is a big project. I don't have enough materials. It's time to use Genesis arts to get some things back. When the archaic clans appeared in the world, I remember that they created a heaven market that floated in the sky to exchange all types of precious materials. No fighting was allowed there. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then activated the chessboard formation again and returned to the Big Dipper. He used the heaven and earth transformation art of the Genesis Heaven Master to change his appearance. He asked around in a nearby city and quickly confirmed the location of the heavenly square. The heavenly square floated in the sky, appearing above the major cities in the eastern wilderness and the northern region. On this day, it arrived above Dongyang City. Zhou Tong used the chessboard formation to get close to Dongyang City, and then flew up. In the sky there was a huge patch of black, like a piece of land floating by like dark clouds, casting a huge shadow on the ground. This was the heavenly square, a place where many ancient race great saints had endorsed. No fighting was allowed. Coming to the heavenly square was like coming to a place where thousands of races lived. There were all kinds of races with different appearances. Some were as majestic as gods, while others were extremely ugly. It was bustling with life, coming from all races. There were many stalls, filled with dazzling treasures. They're all bartering. Zhou Tong walked around and roughly knew what was going on. The heavenly square was built by the ancient race, and it was a place to exchange all kinds of treasures. The ancient race had no lack of divine source, so it was basically bartering. There were very few transactions that used divine source as the currency. But I remember there's a place for stone gambling here. Zhou Tong continued to search in the heavenly square. Tianfang was very big, it was like a city. Zhou Tong walked through several streets and finally found the stone gambling place. Zhou Tong entered the street of strange stones. All he could see were stones piled up into small hills, occupying 1/5 of the heavenly market. This was also an important place in Tianfang. Many people came in and out, and there was no lack of heroes and clan leaders. All of them had great backgrounds. Zhou Tong had killed Yuan Gu before the convention of myriad clans. After the convention, he had killed a half-step sage subordinate of Prince Tian. Once his real body appeared here, he would definitely attract everyone's attention and cause countless incidents. Therefore, after entering the fantastic stone street, Zhou Tong had been very low-key. Occasionally, he would make 2 or 3 moves. Once he made a great harvest, he would immediately find a new place and change his identity to continue cutting stones. After cutting out countless treasures, Zhou Tong directly bartered some of the things that he did not need at other places in the heavenly market, and exchanged them for some precious formation materials. Especially after Zhou Tong had cut out half of the Daluo silver essence, he directly used the Qi into Taoist Trinity skill to rent a stall and use the Daluo silver essence to trade for various formation materials. It had to be said that the value of the Daluo silver essence was really high. It should be known that most sages could not leave behind a handed-down holy weapon after they died. One of the reasons was that it was difficult to refine, the other was that they lacked divine materials. The amount of Daluo silver essence that Zhou Tong had cut out was so large that it was enough to refine 7 or 8 handed down holy weapons. After cutting it up and trading it for hundreds of times, Zhou Tong not only gathered all the formation materials that he lacked, but he also had a lot more. The materials are almost all here. It's time to leave. Zhou Tong did not stay in the heavenly market for long. After collecting enough materials, he immediately left. There was an extremely ancient teleportation platform in the center of the heavenly market. It was densely packed with Taoist inscriptions. It could be adjusted to change the direction and distance by oneself. Its existence was to prevent bad things such as being intercepted and killed. Zhou Tong finally left through this platform. He changed directions several times along the way and finally returned to the Sun Star. Let's start working hard. This time, I must completely repair the formation inscriptions of the Sun Palace and the backup of the Sun Saint Emperor. Zhou Tong made up his mind and began to set up formations on the Sun Star. Formation inscriptions scattered from Zhou Tong's hands and connected every Sun Temple scattered on the Sun Star. Countless remaining formation inscriptions were all reassembled. For a whole month, Zhou Tong had been setting up formations on the Sun Star day and night. Soon, when the last formation inscription was completely formed, buzz! A golden light erupted from every Sun Temple. A terrifying halo of light followed the formation inscriptions and spread to every corner of the Sun Star. Finally, it formed an extremely terrifying invisible light shield that enveloped the entire Sun Star. At this moment, even some powerful cultivators on the Big Dipper continent noticed a trace of abnormality. Why does it feel like the sun is even brighter today? The sun chi today seems to be a bit more intense than usual. Some saint-level existences noticed the abnormality of the Sun Star. They all looked up at the Sun Star in the sky. They extended their divine senses toward the Sun Star but did not discover any changes. The backup left by the Sun Saint Emperor on the Sun Star had been repaired by Zhou Tong. How could these saints discover it? Even a great saint would not be able to discover anything unusual, unless they were a quasi-emperor. At the same time, on the Sun Star, Zhou Tong could sense that as the formation of the Sun Palace was repaired, the Sun Saint force in the entire Sun Star rippled more violently. It was actually increasing at an extreme speed. Dense Sun Saint force permeated all the temples of the Sun God. Countless runes intertwined with each other, and some of the space actually began to distort. The Sun Saint force in every Sun Temple has increased by more than 10 times. This kind of cultivation environment is absolutely unimaginable for a cultivator who cultivates the Sun Sutra. But this kind of cultivation environment is not something that just anyone can enjoy. Zhou Tong closed his eyes and sensed it closely. Every time he breathed, his mouth and nose were filled with incomparably rich Sun Saint force. This Sun Saint force was so rich that even his physical body could feel scorching heat. I'm a cultivator who cultivates the Sun Sutra and has the tyrant body of the firmament. Even I can feel this. It's probably impossible for anyone below the saint realm to survive in this place. Zhou Tong sighed softly and closed his eyes. Suddenly, all of the formations on the Sun Star appeared in front of him. It could even be said that everything on the Sun Star appeared in his heart. The Sun Palace that the Sun Saint Emperor had left here was the hub that controlled the entire Sun Star. Now that Zhou Tong had repaired this function, the entire Sun Star immediately fell into Zhou Tong's control. The Sun Star is already under my control. These formation inscriptions have completely turned every Sun Temple into a holy land for cultivating the great Tao of Yang. Zhou Tong felt that his consciousness had completely connected with the entire Sun Star. He could clearly sense every bit of the Sun Star's orbit. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of disbelief. No, how is this possible? How can such an evil aura appear on the Sun Star? What is this? Chapter 363. Such a terrifying Yin-Chi actually exists on the Sun Star. What's going on? Zhou Tong immediately went to the location of the Yin-Chi. In the process of going there, Zhou Tong could clearly feel that the fire essence of the sun in the vicinity had obviously weakened along the way. Even the temperature here had dropped a lot. It's just ahead. Zhou Tong became more and more careful. The temperature in front of him was getting lower and lower. The temperature of the Sun Star had always been extremely high. Unless one had some special physiques and an extremely strong physical body, one would need to be at least at the Sage Realm to be able to withstand the scorching heat of the Sun Star. However, the temperature of the area in front of him had obviously dropped too much. Even some of the most powerful people could withstand it. Finally, Zhou Tong arrived at the place where the core of the Yin-Chi was located, and was immediately taken aback. A black demonic shadow appeared in the distance. It stood there, at least 10,000 feet tall. It coldly looked at Zhou Tong. God's obsession. Zhou Tong's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of disbelief. He actually saw a God's obsession on the Sun Star. It should be known that the God's obsession itself was a ghost with extremely heavy Yin-Chi. Logically speaking, it shouldn't run to the Sun Star where the Yang-Chi was the most abundant. However, the God's obsession in front of him was abnormal and had come to the Sun Star. Could it be that the fire essence of the sun is tempering the divine soul, and this God's obsession wants to get rid of the Yin spirit body? Subconsciously, Zhou Tong thought of an extremely terrifying thing. If that was really the case, the horror of this God's obsession was probably beyond imagination. Fortunately, I completed the arrangement of the Sun Saint Emperor on the Sun Star in advance. Zhou Tong couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Now that the Sun Star was his home ground, suppressing this God's obsession was considered easy. However, Zhou Tong frowned. Looking at this incomparably huge ghost, he felt a sense of familiarity. Mars, God's obsession of the great sage body. In the next moment, Zhou Tong's heart trembled, revealing a trace of disbelief. This God's obsession of the great sage body that had followed him from Mars had actually stayed on the Sun Star all this time. No wonder he couldn't find any trace of it even after searching so many times. Who would have thought that he had been using the sun's yang energy to refine his Yin spirit body for the past 20 years? Zhou Tong instantly understood everything. Kill. After thinking it through, Zhou Tong naturally would not show mercy. He activated the array patterns on the Sun Star at the first moment. Boom. 1. The sun's primordial fire swept across the sky, and chaotic energy surged forth. Countless golden-veined patterns interweaved with the Sun Star, and together, they pressed toward the God's consciousness of the great success holy physique. Roar, the God's obsession of the great completion holy body finally made its move. 108 blood-red stones revolved around its body. They were like holy weapons that blocked the sun's true fire and the backup plan left by the Sun Saint Emperor. This was a soul bloodstone, and it was extremely rare. It could only be found in the starry sky outside the Outerium. This kind of stone was the ghost sage's favorite. It could increase their soul power and could be refined into the most terrifying weapons. It's just a soul bloodstone. Previously, I only activated the power of one sun god temple. Now I'll add 2 more. Zhou Tong coldly snorted and further activated the array on the sun. Every sun god temple was a node of the array on the sun previously. He had only activated the power of one sun god temple. Now, he was activating the power of 3 temples at the same time. 1. The sun's primordial fire burned even brighter, and it completely drowned the place where the god's consciousness was. It was as if it was splitting the sky and the earth apart. There were even traces of chaotic divine fire in the sun's primordial fire. Roar. The god's obsession of the great completion holy body roared wildly. Half of his 108 soul bloodstones were crushed and turned into fine powder. They were melted by the sun's primordial fire. His body shook violently, and he roared continuously. 1. However, in the next moment, this god's obsession swallowed and spat out murderous aura. It used an unknown secret technique to avoid the strangulation of the array patterns. In an instant, it appeared in front of Zhou Tong. This bloodline aura disgusts me. Last time, I let you go at the Great Lane Temple. This time, I can't bear it anymore. The god's obsession of the great completion holy body's voice made one's scalp tingle. He stretched out his hand to grab Zhou Tong. Let me go? Are you kidding me? Do you really think you can do anything to me? Zhou Tong sneered. Facing the pair of ghost claws, he was not afraid at all. He only retreated a little bit and continued to form seals with his hands. He activated the power of the sun to suppress it. The boundless sun's primordial fire drowned the god's obsession of the great completion holy body. Ah! A mournful cry rushed up to the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. The extremely terrifying sun's primordial fire bound the black demonic mountain-like malicious spirit. This was a type of fatal blow. The sun's primordial fire activated by the array patterns left behind by the Saint Emperor of the Sun could burn even saints, let alone this malicious spirit that had been suppressed for more than 2,000 years and was no longer at its peak. The malicious spirit was screaming and struggling. He was a ghost soldier born from a strand of evil thoughts. What he was most afraid of were extreme yang lightning and divine fire, so he struggled violently. Even if this malicious spirit used the sun's power to temper his divine soul on the sun star for more than 20 years, it was still impossible for him to resist the true divine might of the sun star. You really exceeded my expectations, but this method is not enough. The god's obsession of the great completion holy body screamed, and his black demonic mountain-like body quickly shrank. Clang! It was as if a mountain had appeared and suppressed the scene. At the same time, an incomplete 9-hole stone man appeared. The god's obsession of the great completion holy body turned into a black light and rushed in. The sun's primordial fire burned, but the stone man did not melt immediately. It was obvious that he could hold on for a while. He directly rushed over. It had to be said that when one reached a certain realm, even if one's cultivation was weakened, they were still incomparably terrifying. The god's obsession of the great completion holy body still had his battle experience and instinct. He passed through the killing formation that densely covered the whole sun star and evaded layer after layer of fatal attack. The sun star's array patterns rolled up immeasurable divine fire and turned into a raging sea. The god's obsession of the great completion holy body was like a small boat that could capsize at any time. However, they passed through layer after layer of array patterns and sea of fire without sinking. Finally, the Holy Spirit of the great completion holy body arrived beside Zhou Tong and raised his hand to punch him. Moreover, what surprised Zhou Tong was that it was actually the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This god's obsession actually still had a part of the path and magic from when he was alive. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, reincarnation was unfolded and shattered heaven and earth. This was an invincible fist that was invincible and indomitable. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Tong clenched his fist and collided with the Holy Spirit of the great completion holy body. Purple blood splattered everywhere, and his expression immediately changed. After the god's obsession of the great completion holy body entered the Holy Spirit's body, it was really ridiculously strong. Even when he went all out, he felt a fatal crisis. It was just a collision, but he was injured. I'm actually injured. Zhou Tong looked at his bleeding fist, and his eyes shone brightly. Purple battle aura circulated all over his body, and he was filled with fighting spirit and fighting spirit. He was so excited that he almost trembled. Ha ha ha, you came at the right time. I just happened to need an opponent like you." Zhou Tong looked up to the sky and roared. He, who had embarked on the path of a celestial warrior, was becoming more and more belligerent, and his fighting spirit was also becoming more and more high. "Fight!" Zhou Tong's fighting spirit began to be released. Now, he wasn't in a hurry to use the array patterns to kill the enemy. He could use this god's obsession to temper his fighting spirit. It still retained a part of the great completion holy body's fighting instinct. Could the current 7-star find a second opponent as good as it? Chapter 364. Boom! Zhou Tong and the Saint Spirit of the Saint Body of the Great Success Saint Body carried out the most brutal and bloody battle. The divine light was like a rainbow, and the waves were like the sea. They broke through a large sea of fire on the sun star and submerged the place. Zhou Tong was stunned after just exchanging blows. His heart was greatly shaken. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had never encountered such an opponent. As a result, the battle had just begun, and he was already at a disadvantage by the divine thought of the great success holy body. An unprecedented sense of urgency welled up in his heart. The divine obsession of a great success holy being was too strong. It still retained a part of the fighting instinct of a peak holy being. That was the fighting instinct of a supreme being. It was not something that Zhou Tong's current fighting experience could compare with. Therefore, Zhou Tong was firmly suppressed by this divine obsession from the very beginning. To be able to feel a sliver of the battle instinct of an honorable martial artist in advance, I couldn't ask for more. Fight! Zhou Tong's fighting spirit was aroused. A strong fighting spirit surged from his body. The belief of victory surged in his heart like a tidal wave. Boom! Zhou Tong raised his battle prowess to the limit. Just as he rushed over, the divine obsession swung the 6 paths of reincarnation fist again. That invincible fist will bloomed again, attacking him fiercely. The power of the great Tao was vast, causing the heaven and earth to wail. It was extremely terrifying. Clang! Facing this god obsession, Zhou Tong was forced to use his weapon. With the Holy Spirit sword in hand, he fought against the god obsession. The Holy Spirit sword was refined from black dragon patterned gold and scarlet phoenix blood gold. It emitted clanging sounds and shot out rays of sword energy. They were like dragons and phoenixes, causing heaven and earth to tremble as they slashed through everything. Clang! The eyes of the high-level holy physique god obsession were ice-cold as it collided with Zhou Tong's sword energy. It was as if fireworks had blossomed between the two of them. It was gorgeous and colorful. The celestial light was gorgeous, and millions upon millions of strands fell down. Every single strand was capable of crushing a mountain range, collapsing a vast expanse of desolation, and causing a large expanse of heaven and earth to instantly collapse. This was an incomparably terrifying battle. After just a few hundred moves, Zhou Tong's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in wounds. Even his hair was stained with purple blood. Fight! Zhou Tong used everything he had and fought against it with all his might. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not retreat at all. Boom! He brandished his sword with all of his strength, activating the profound mysteries of the heavens, severing Tao a step further. This was his most powerful attack right now, tearing apart the void and destroying the heavens. Even the flames of the sun star were torn apart by the terrifying will of the heavens, severing Tao, trembling in the wake of the dragon phoenix sword chi fluctuations. You have some skills, but it's useless. The god obsession roared and used the 6 paths reincarnation fist to drive the saint spirit's mortal body to clash with Zhou Tong's sky/Tao. However, he had underestimated Zhou Tong's fighting spirit. In the face of such a peerless and terrifying opponent, Zhou Tong's fighting spirit soared. His condition was unprecedentedly good, and his heaven-slaying Tao was unleashed to an unprecedented extreme. Even vaguely, the heaven-severing Tao, which was originally a perfect combination of the nine-leaf sword grass, the true dragon treasured art, and the immortal phoenix treasured art, had traces of a fourth treasured art, the Kuan Pung treasured art. The chaotic gas formed by the Kuan Pung treasured art's yin-yang reversal appeared, accompanied by the dancing sword qi, causing the sword qi's power to rise to another level. The trajectory of the saint's spirit sword was mysterious and unpredictable. Zhou Tong had fused a trace of the profound mysteries of the Kuan Pung technique in the battle, further elevating this technique, and unleashing unimaginable peerless divine power. Boom! The terrifying sword light almost cut the stone man in half. Stones flew everywhere, shaking out Tao patterns. All kinds of divine laws scattered, and the fluctuations that spread out shattered a large part of the void. This was an unimaginable result. Zhou Tong had further elevated his own path in this battle, and unleashed an unimaginable attack to destroy the stone man's body. This sudden attack even stunned the god obsession with the great success of the holy physique. However, it was soon followed by anger. Bloodline that makes me want to vomit, today you will die without a doubt. Awaken the memories of your past life, and borrow the fruits of your past life. The god obsession with the great success of the holy physique let out a devilish voice. At this moment, the nine-orifice stone man collapsed, revealing its black body. However, there was no yin energy, and strands of golden multicolored light fell from the top of its head, protecting its entire body. Borrow the fruits of your past life? Dream on! Zhou Tong sneered, and at the same time, he waved his hand casually. Suddenly, a 7-story jade pagoda flew out from the hollow of his palm. The exquisite pagoda, which was originally only the size of a fist, quickly became bigger under the infusion of Zhou Tong's divine power. It suppressed the god obsession with the great success of the holy physique. This was a treasure that Zhou Tong had refined with the Amitabha Buddha's art in the past, and it was specially made to deal with the god obsession. Buzz! The void vibrated and the pagoda flickered. It was simple and imposing, and it was even taller than a mountain. It suppressed the god obsession with the great success of the holy physique. There were all kinds of Buddhist incantations on it, and they were mysterious and strange. An incomparably vast energy fluctuation was emitted from the jade pagoda, and it was enough to shock eternity and destroy the blue dome of heaven. The incantations appeared one after another, and they scattered all over the sky, causing the god obsession with the great success of the holy physique to be bathed in a mysterious light. What have you done? The god obsession with the great success of the holy physique suddenly cried out in alarm, and his mournful voice sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. This was because he felt that his summoning process had been completely interrupted in this jade pagoda. A strange power was acting on his body, and it caused his summoning to be unable to receive any response. The layer of golden halo on his body also collapsed in an instant, and it completely disappeared without a trace. A feeling of isolation arose spontaneously, and he was unexpectedly unable to sense the memories of his past life. He was also unable to perceive the fruits of his past life, and it was as if everything did not exist. You should be quiet for a while. Zhou Tong formed a seal with both of his hands. He activated the formation patterns on the sun star, and at the same time, he activated the pagoda to take in the god obsession. Clang! 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 As soon as the god obsession with the great success of the holy physique entered the 7-story pagoda, the incantations in the pagoda turned into chains, and they were like iron chains that emitted a sonorous sound. They tightly locked the god obsession, and it was unable to move. Isn't it good to just be my sparring partner? Zhou Tong sighed softly, and then he used his fingers like a sword to cut the air. A pitch-black sword light cut into the god obsession with the great success of the holy physique. The god obsession with the great success of the holy physique suddenly shook, and a touch of confusion appeared in his eyes. Then, he was directly sealed by the incantations on the pagoda. The god-hitting stone's precious technique specialized in attacking divine senses, and it just so happened that it turned into a method to cut off memories when combined with the self-cleaving path spell. Cut off his thoughts of trying to awaken the memories of his past life and the fruits of his path. Next time, he will be able to take it out to fight with me. Zhou Tong's calculations were very good, and what he lacked was such an opponent. The god obsession with the great success of the holy physique was simply a sparring partner that had delivered itself to his doorstep. Moreover, it could be recycled many times, and it was impossible to find a better sparring partner than this. After putting away the god obsession with the great success of the holy physique, Zhou Tong immediately returned to the sun god temple again, and he seized the time to comprehend the gains from the battle. The Kuan Peng's precious technique already had a trace of a sign of merging with the heaven-cleaving path. He had to grasp the inspiration that burst forth in the instant of the battle to further deepen it. Chapter 365. For the next few months, Zhou Tong stayed on the Sun Star. He quietly comprehended the treasured techniques of the Vicious Ten and fought fiercely with the divine obsession of the great success holy physique. Since the divine obsession of the great success holy physique was on the Sun Star, it was completely under Zhou Tong's control. He could do whatever he wanted with it. In addition, Zhou Tong had refined the pagoda to restrain the divine obsession. It restrained the divine obsession of the great success holy physique. He couldn't even recover his past memories and recall the fruits of his previous life. The divine obsession of the great success holy physique was a supreme treasure. It also had a part of the battle instinct of a supreme being. It was the best opponent for the current Zhou Tong to sharpen himself. It was the best trial target for him to improve himself. Pfft. Zhou Tong spat out a big mouthful of blood and flew out. He used the formation patterns on the Sun Star and the pagoda to suppress the divine obsession again. He started to adjust his breathing and heal his injured body. He wanted to further comprehend the path that he had comprehended. Just like that, he started a difficult journey of fighting. He was risking his life. In just a few months, Zhou Tong had already fought more than 100 battles with the divine obsession. Blood stained the Sun Star. The most shocking battle was unfolding here. Zhou Tong was fighting fiercely. He couldn't help but admit that the battle instinct of a supreme being was too terrifying. Even if the divine obsession only retained a part of it, it was still terrifying enough. Moreover, it wasn't just the lack of battle instinct and experience. The divine obsession was still in the formation patterns of the Sun Star. It couldn't completely unleash its terrifying power. But even so, every single battle that Zhou Tong fought was a desperate struggle. The divine senses possessed all sorts of profound techniques and divine abilities, causing Zhou Tong's entire body to be drenched in purple blood, and he was in an incomparably miserable state. Only when Zhou Tong made a breakthrough in the combination of the treasured techniques of the Vicious Ten could he gain the upper hand. Every battle was a contest of strength for Zhou Tong. It was also an unimaginable trial. During the battle, Zhou Tong constantly tried to combine the treasured arts of the Vicious Ten to further perfect his Tao. It was clear that Zhou Tong possessed astonishing comprehension abilities. In the midst of life and death battles, he continuously improved. The Vicious Ten precious techniques he used, combined, and fused became more and more powerful. As he slashed down with his sword, the sword radiance was no longer in the shape of a dragon or a phoenix. Instead, there was a blurry Kuan Peng sword chi. It could be said that Zhou Tong had made remarkable progress. He had integrated the Kuan Prung Dao into the heaven-slaying Dao. At this point, Zhou Tong's heavens-slashing Dao no longer had any traces of Cruel's heavens-slashing Dao. In fact, it seemed to be fusing into a cauldron, heading towards an unknown direction. The Tao of Heaven's Cleave is slowly breaking away from Emperor Vicious understanding. However, if I want to perfectly integrate the Kuan Peng Dao into it, there's still a gap. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in a sun god temple, quietly comprehending. Every battle was an unimaginable accumulation. How could ordinary people have such an opportunity to have a bloody battle with a supreme being? Even if they only had a portion of the supreme being's battle instincts, it was still unimaginable. Countless geniuses yearned for such an opportunity. This was definitely an opportunity that all those who wanted to prove their Dao dreamed of. The Kuan Pring Dao's Yin-Yang Dao, the grass symbol sword technique's strongest offensive power, and the dragon and phoenix's incomparable amplification power. The balance between these four is still not enough. Perhaps I can try another method. Zhou Tong silently deduced in his heart. After half a day, he once again released the divine obsession of the great success Holy Physique. Disgusting bloodline, you're courting death. The divine obsession of the great success Holy Physique suddenly opened its eyes. The moment it saw Zhou Tong, it sensed the aura of the tyrant body of the heavens. Immediately, the murderous intent in its eyes soared. It unleashed the fist intent of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and engaged in a bloody battle with Zhou Tong. Fight! Zhou Tong shouted loudly. The brand new path of slashing the heavens attacked. He went all out and mercilessly slashed forward. In an instant, heaven and earth were overturned. Incomparably terrifying sword energy was everywhere and drowned the place. The dragon-shaped and phoenix-shaped sword energy intertwined with each other and erupted with an indescribable mysterious power. Its power was astonishing. The brand new path of slashing the heavens could only be further manifested by continuously fighting with such an opponent. This battle was earth-shattering. Swoosh! On the sun, raging flames raged. The divine obsession attacked Zhou Tong. Every move seemed extremely simple, but it was the simplest of Daos. There were thousands of changes, and they all turned into the simplest moves and styles. This scene was extremely terrifying. It was as if a supreme being had come into being and stepped out from endless ancient times. It had an invincible aura. This was an earth-shattering battle. Zhou Tong fought fiercely. He was bathed in blood and went crazy. His fighting spirit soared into the sky. The more he fought, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but roar, "Awesome!" If he was fighting with other people, Zhou Tong wouldn't be able to fight freely. His current strength had already surpassed all the geniuses in the Big Dipper. If he really fought with them, he would have to seal his own strength. He wouldn't be able to fight freely at all. However, he didn't have to worry about that here because a supreme being's fighting instinct was too terrifying. He had to use all his strength to deal with it. The more Zhou Tong fought, the more excited he became. He gradually found the key points to combine the Kuan Pung technique and the other 3 precious techniques. Finally, Zhou Tong managed to force away the divine will of the great accomplishment Holy Body with his final sword strike. At the same time, the formation patterns on the sun were activated once again and quickly suppressed the divine obsession. Awaken the memories of my past life and borrow the fruits of my past life. The divine obsession with the holy body used the same trick again, and its whole body blossomed with golden light. Don't waste time. I've already summoned it more than 1,000 times, and I haven't succeeded even once. Zhou Tong casually threw out the 7-story pagoda. Immediately, the golden light on the divine obsession with the holy body disappeared. What did you do this time? A familiar feeling welled up in the divine obsession with the holy body, and the divine obsession with the holy body roared madly. Wait a minute. What does this again mean? Could it be that he had been fooled by this before? Thinking of this, the divine obsession suddenly felt its scalp go numb, and a chill rushed from the heel to the top of its head. The malicious ghost felt a chill run down its spine. What kind of trick was this? Divine striking stone precious technique. Zhou Tong very naturally used this move. The godly consciousness with the great success saintly body cried out in alarm. Soon after, his head turned white, and he couldn't remember anything. He calmed down once again. Zhou Tong nodded slightly as he looked at the divine obsession that had calmed down. The divine striking stone's precious technique, combined with the self-cleaving Tao art's method of erasing memories, was becoming more and more smooth. Moreover, in order to prevent the divine thought from sensing anything, Zhou Tong would cut off part of its memory every time. Every time, it would think that it was seeing Zhou Tong for the first time. However, this divine obsession does indeed have its limits. Zhou Tong looked at the pagoda that sealed the divine obsession in his hand and frowned. If this continues, I'm afraid that this divine obsession will collapse after hundreds of battles. Forget it, when the time comes I'll wait until this divine obsession is on the verge of collapse. Zhou Tong didn't think too much, and he directly returned to the Sun God Temple to continue comprehending the comprehension of the battle just now. Through the battle just now, he had already confirmed that the path that he had comprehended was correct. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly froze, and a piece of divine jade on his body suddenly lit up. This piece of divine jade. I left it for Yi Fan. Why did he suddenly come to look for me? Zhou Tong's expression was somewhat strange. Yi Fan should be living in seclusion with Zixia now, so why would he look for him? Buzz! However, in the instant that Zhou Tong was muttering to himself, the piece of divine jade lit up again. So urgent? It seems that Yi Fan's side really has some big matter. Zhou Tong thought for a moment, and he casually imbued a strand of divine power into it. At the same time, he stood up and left the sun god star. Chapter 366. In the northern region of the Middle Continent in a nameless valley, a large bluestone was cut into a tea table. Beside it were several bluestone stools. On top of them were a jade pot and a few jade cups. The divine spring water was boiling. 2 Tao comprehension tea leaves floated in the pot, and a fragrance immediately spread. Yi Fan, Zixia, and little Nana were holding jade cups and sitting quietly on the bluestone stools, savoring the tea. Little Nan Nan had a normal expression on her face, but Yi Fan and Zixia's hearts were empty. As soon as the tea entered their stomachs, streams of God laws intertwined within their immortal foundations. You guys sure are living a comfortable life. A voice sounded. Zhou Tong had already arrived beside the 3 of them. He sat on a bluestone stool beside them and didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the teapot and jade cups and tasted the tea together. The fragrance of the tea curled up and spread far and wide, leaving a rich aftertaste. Yi Fan, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? After a moment of silence, Zhou Tong finally asked. Yi Fan was silent for a while before saying, "We can go home." You mean you found the 5-colored altar that leads to Earth? Where is it? Zhou Tong asked. The Middle Continent. Yi Fan said. The Yuhua God Dynasty? You found the ancestral temple of the Yuhua God Dynasty? After Yi Fan's reminder, Zhou Tong immediately understood. Now should be the time when the ancestral temple of the Middle Continent appeared. Yi Fan nodded. He was a little worried and said, "It seems that you should be in seclusion during this period of time, right? The matter of the ancestral temple of the Yuhua God Dynasty in the Middle Continent has already spread. The matter of the Yuhua God Dynasty back then has also been dug up. Many ancient race cultivators want to go there." Yi Fan was afraid. He was afraid that the coordinates of Earth would be found by those ancient race cultivators. Then, the ancient race's army would attack Earth and torture the living beings. One must know that although there were some cultivators on Earth at this stage, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand any of the ancient clans. So, you want to seize the opportunity to monopolize the five-colored altar and return to Earth? Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and then at Xia. Xia also nodded slightly. It seemed that she had decided to advance and retreat together with Yi Fan. Zhou Tong, don't you want to go back to Earth? Don't you want to go back and see your parents? It's been so many years. Perhaps they… As Yi Fan spoke, his voice became softer. It was obvious that he was prepared for the worst. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, I'm different from you. I've already embarked on the path of cultivation on Earth. I've also left some things for them, enough for them to have a net worth of hundreds of millions and live a long life. The only thing I want to do now is to attain my Tao. That's right. I've already fulfilled my responsibilities. Everyone has their own dreams and pursuit. In fact, before I stepped onto the path of the starry sky, I vaguely talked to them about some things. My parents are very open-minded and support me in pursuing my dreams. Although they don't know what my dreams are, Zhou Tong said softly. But if you really want to go back to Earth, you can help me bring some things back. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then took out a jade box and pushed it in front of Yi Fan. There are some things I left for them in here. This jade box was an average-sized spatial artifact. Apart from the letter, there were also some resources that were sufficient for a dozen or so mortals to cultivate to the realm of mighty figures. There was also a complete sutra, a sacred weapon, and a king formation diagram that he had meticulously refined using the word group. This was also a chance for his family to make a choice. If they were willing to embark on the path of cultivation, these things would be enough for them to live a good life on Earth, and even cultivate to some extent. If they were not willing to embark on the path of cultivation, the array diagram and the holy weapon would be enough for them to live a carefree life on Earth for a short period of time. Yi Fan took the jade box solemnly, then looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. He didn't expect him to have already prepared something to bring back. Could it be that he had already anticipated that he would be able to go home? Or was he just cold on the surface, and secretly missed his hometown? I didn't expect you to have prepared it so early. Yi Fan was a little surprised. Without a stable background, how can I be at ease to pursue the great Tao? Zhou Tong said with a smile. Yi Fan nodded slightly. This was indeed Zhou Tong's style of doing things. Before calculating victory, he would calculate defeat first. He did things without leaving any loopholes. No matter what he did, he would leave some leeway and leave some backup plans. However, when I return to Earth in the future and bring these things over, what should I say if your parents ask why you didn't marry a fairy as your wife and why you didn't carry on the family line? Yi Fan suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Zhou Tong stiffened, then said helplessly, "Just tell them the truth. What else can I do?" "Ha ha." Yi Fan laughed, but then he was a little curious. "Have you really decided to pursue the Great Tao? As far as I know, after your title of Overlord spread, many princesses and saintesses are willing to give themselves to you. Aren't you going to consider it?" Yi Fan had some understanding of Zhou Tong. He was too arrogant and wouldn't, nor would he, lower himself to pursue women. As for those who pursued him, if he didn't have a good impression of them, he wouldn't even respond. Pursuing the Great Tao doesn't have much of a conflict with a partner. Most of the ancient emperors also have bloodline descendants. Yi Fan continued, especially those princesses and saintesses who have lived in the cultivation world since young. To them, the stronger their partner is, the happier they are. Ordinary princesses and saintesses don't catch my eye. Zhou Tong shook his head. Ordinary princesses and saintesses? Are there any extraordinary ones? Are you talking about those princesses and saintesses who have the potential to prove their Tao? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong and was a little speechless. I saw that you didn't do anything to Yi Qingwu in the Ziwei segmentum. You're worse than a beast. Yi Qingwu had reached the 8th limit when she was immortal too. She could be considered a genius who had the potential to prove her Tao. A genius who has the potential to prove her Tao would most likely not consider the issue of a Tao partner now. If you hope that such a woman will take the initiative to pursue you, then you're thinking too much, Xia said from the side. She actually had the most right to speak. This was because before she met Yi Fan, she had not considered marriage and children. She had been like Zhou Tong now, wholeheartedly pursuing the great Tao. Everything else had to be placed behind pursuing the great Tao. A genius who had the potential to prove her Tao or become an empress would place the realization of her self-worth first. As for getting married and having children, these were things that came after. Only after her dream of becoming an empress was shattered would she consider getting married and having children. However, for a genius who had the potential to prove her Tao, even if her dream of becoming an empress was shattered, at that level, how many men in the world would be worthy of her? Those who were worthy of her were either already married and had children or did not know her at all. Perhaps, but who knows, Zhou Tong did not want to continue on this topic and changed the topic. It seems like the two of you can't stay in the Big Dipper anymore. Do you feel that the Big Dipper is not as good as the Ziwei segmentum? Yi Fan and Xia sighed at the same time. The two of them could not bear this kind of loneliness, especially since the Big Dipper situation was special. They could not openly be seen by outsiders, which was the most painful thing. The two of you can go to Earth if you want, but there are still a few problems that need to be solved. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, when we first came here, I told you that there was an evil demon suppressed under the Big Dipper temple on Mars. Yi Fan's pupils shrank as he recalled what Zhou Tong had said before. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Evil demon? It should be some kind of cultivator, right? Xia did not feel much about the evil demon that Zhou Tong had mentioned. This was because she already knew that when Zhou Tong and the others had first come here, they were basically mortals. The difference between the evil demon that mortals spoke of and the evil demon that cultivators spoke of was too big. Don't underestimate that thing. It's at least a demonic sage. There's a great possibility that it's a holy king, or even a great sage. Zhou Tong shook his head and warned Yi Fan and Xia not to underestimate that evil demon. So, if I go back, I might encounter that thing? Yi Fan frowned. The worry between his brows could not be dispelled. If it was really a demonic sage, if they went back like this, they would almost certainly die if they encountered it. Zhou Tong nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll give you something. If you really encounter that demonic sage, you'll be fine." As he spoke, Zhou Tong had already taken out a piece of celestial source. Yi Fan and Xia's hearts suddenly jumped. An old man was sealed in the celestial source. He was as thin as a matchstick, and his lower body was wrapped in a piece of animal skin. He held a shiny white bone club in his hand. He sat cross-legged, and there were no signs of life at all. However, he was extremely frightening, and it made one's hair stand on end. A crimson iron chain with a dazzling divine splendor bound him, almost tightening his flesh. There were many Tao patterns inscribed on it, and it was indescribably profound. This was a crimson divine chain. "This is the person you obtained in the nest of 10,000 dragons?" Yi Fan looked and immediately recalled this person's origins. "Zhou Tong, that's right. This is a great sage of the human race in the primordial era. He once cultivated the Sun Sutra to the peak, and then switched to the Moon Sutra in an attempt to connect the sun and moon. As a result, he suffered chi deviation. He was a human during the day and a demon at night. If you can't handle it, release this person. That demon sage will definitely die." Zhou Tong casually pushed the human demon to Yi Fan's side. Thank you. Yi Fan took out his myriad chi cauldron and stored the human demon inside. I'm not helping you. With such a demon sage on Mars, my family is also in mortal danger. No matter what, I want to get rid of that thing. Zhou Tong shook his head. And Yi Fan, don't be soft-hearted. Since that thing was suppressed by Shakyamuni, it's most likely not a good thing. I know some things about Shakyamuni. Almost all the things he suppressed were evil demons that wreaked havoc. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded his head. With such a monster overlord around, he was also very anxious. Although it's a little early, since you've decided to return to Earth, I'll give this to you in advance as a farewell gift. As Zhou Tong spoke, he also broke a new branch of the Fusang Divine Tree and handed it to Yi Fan. This branch was about the same size as the one he had given to Pang Bo. Then, Zhou Tong looked at Zixia and said, I still want to see the innate divine being's embryo of Tao appear. I'll give you something along the way. As he spoke, Zhou Tong also took out a Fusang Divine Tree branch and a small box and handed them to Zixia Fairy. Zixia Fairy opened the small box curiously and suddenly had a strange expression. Yi Fan curiously came over to take a look, and his face darkened. Red dates, peanuts, longans, lotus seeds. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.